Good evening, one and all. We welcome you all. We'll be starting the program in a minute. We request everyone to be ready with their presentations. Those who are presenting today and those who have registered for presentations are requested to share your details, topic, name, designation, and place from which you are joining in the chat box to the host or co-host. So that we can invite you for the presentations after the introduction and welcome address. The order of presentations would be on first come, first served basis as per the messages confirmation received in the chat box. So we request all the presenters, whoever is joining, to share your details, all the details in one message, your topic, in the first line, and name, your occupation, and place from where you are joining, along with your contact details, email address or contact number in the chat box. And those who have not registered for this event, we have shared the registration link in the chat box. You can register even now. Only the registered participants and presenters will be receiving certificates. So registration is mandatory. So we request everyone to register for the program. The registration link has been already shared on various platforms and has also been shared in Zoom platform, in chat box. So we request everyone to quickly register if not registered. If you have already registered, you can ignore, need not register again. And the same registration form can be used for various activities. If you are interested to present in various activities, you can use the same registration form to register for multiple activities. Like you are also appearing for quiz, you can select quiz. If you want participation certificate, you can select as participant. Along with participation, if you are presenting, you can also select presentation. And if you would like to collaborate for this program, there is an option for collaboration. And if you are interested in performing any cultural activity or edutainment activity, you can register. You can register one or more options, whichever you would like to participate. Each event has a different certificate. That's why when you are mentioning, also mention the topic of activity or a theme of activity you are performing for each activity. You may choose one or more activity, and accordingly, when you are sharing also, kindly mention if there are multiple activities that are taken up as part of presentations, kindly mention each activity one by one in the chat box. And to avoid unnecessary volume of messages in the chat box, we request everyone to do not post any messages which are unnecessary, which will create a concern in pulling out the details. So if you have any concern, you can use chat box. If you have any query, you can use chat box. And certificates will be provided to all the registered participants who are presenting and attending. So don't worry about the certificates. So there is no need to message regarding certificates. Certificates will be taken care based on your registration, presentation, and participation. So registration is mandatory, through which we get the data for generating certificates. So we request everyone to register with the registration form. And all the presenters are requested to share your details in text. Do not share as image or anything else. We request everyone to type the text message in the chat box, your topic, your name, full name, your occupation, that is along with your designation, department, organization, and the place, the city, state, country, which will help us to make a note for preparing presentation certificates. Kindly fill the registration form correctly as required on the certificates. If you have made any mistake, you can fill the registration form again, fresh with the same link, and make sure you are entering the details correctly as required on the certificate. So with this, we'll move on, starting our sessions. So while the sessions are happening, all the participants will be muted, including presenters. We request all the presenters and participants to use the chat box for all your queries. And as regarding certificates, as we have already mentioned, certificates will be taken care. No need to worry about certificates. So no queries shall be entertained regarding certificates in chat box or through oral conversations. That we can take it up at the end of the session. This is for our own convenience to conduct the program smoothly without any disturbance. And once you register, you are receiving a copy of form along with the fill details to your email address. And in the same form, we have mentioned the date and time, and also the joining link, and also the certificate download link. We'll also mail you regarding the certificate to your email. Just in case if you miss it, you can also visit the website and download your certificates. So the links to download certificate will also be sent to your email address, as well as it will be available on the website. And all the details are mentioned in the registration form, and the same copy is available in your inbox if you have entered email correctly. So you might have received already when you have submitted registration form. So all details are available with you. Kindly save that email till you receive your certificate, so that you have all your details. You can go to your inbox and check the details. And the same message through which you have registered also contains all the details, and even the website address. From there, you can visit and check the details. So no need to worry. All the details are available on all platforms. And the certificate link, also program link, is also in your email with the copy of registration form. So no need to worry. Let's concentrate on the program and the presentations. And if you have still any further queries, You can WhatsApp me tomorrow if you have any details, or after 3 working days. Within 3 working days, we'll update, because only after closure of this program, we'll be able to pull out all the details and prepare certificates. So tomorrow or day after tomorrow, we'll try to complete all the process and we will issue the certificate. So after 3 working days, within 3 working days, we will be issuing all the certificates. After 3 working days, if you're still not able to find your certificate, you can check your email for the link and you can visit that and download your certificates. We will also send you an email once all the certificates are generated. We'll send you an email. You can check for the email and you can download your certificates from the website or the link available in the email. So now those who have registered for the presentations are requested to share their details in the chat box. We'll be taking up one by one as for the first come first serve basis. We'll take the first message, whoever has text first, and we will invite them as per the order in the chat box. So kindly be patient. There may be many presenters waiting. So wait for your turn. We'll call your names. You can raise your hand as you will all be muted. So you can raise your hand when we call your name. Not now, only when we call your name, so that we can unmute you and provide you the access to share to switch on your video and also share your PPTs. We will be providing you all the permissions. So similar way, we will be giving access to everyone who are presenting one by one after the other. So no need to worry. Ensure that you are sharing your details in the chat box so that we'll be calling one by one. So let's start the program officially. Hope all the instructions are clear for everyone. So we welcome you all to the international celebrations on the occasion of International Women's Day, international seminar on the occasion of International Women's Day, and also Maha Shivaratri celebrations organized in collaboration with Sri Holistic Health Foundation India and Sri Research Institute Center for Art, Sciences and Wellbeing. Today, we are commemorating International Women's Day on March 8th every year. This year, the campaign theme for the International Women's Day is Inspire Inclusion. Imagine a gender equal world, a world of free bias, stereotypes, and discrimination, a world that's diverse, equitable, and inclusive, a world where difference is valued and celebrated. Together, we forge women's equality. Collectively, we can all inspire inclusion. So this celebration is for celebrating women's achievement, raising awareness about discrimination, taking action to drive gender parity, as this International Women's Day belongs to everyone, everywhere. And inclusion means including everyone, leaving no one behind. So together, let's all help fight the good fight to all to achieve gender equality and also put effort for gender inclusive in terms of infrastructure, opportunities, and empowerment. So how do we go about it? We can inspire inclusion. On an individual basis, it's important to understand value and seek out the inclusion of women and girls. Additionally, sharing this knowledge, support, and encouragement with others is also a key. On an organizational or group basis, there are many ways to ensure the needs, interests, and aspirations of the women and girls are valued and included. Organizations and groups can inspire inclusion through action in various areas such as forging women's economic empowerment, recruiting, retaining, and developing diverse talent, supporting women and girls into leadership, decision-making, business, and STEM, designing and building infrastructure, meeting the needs of women and girls, helping women and girls make informed decisions about their health, involving women and girls in sustainable agriculture and food security, providing women and girls with access to quality education and training, evaluating women and girls' participation and achievement in this sports and games, and promoting creative and artistic talent of women and girls, and addressing further areas supporting the advancement of women and girls. So the mission is to celebrate women creatives and elevate their visibility for commercial projects and commissions, and also for inclusion. And also to shine a spotlight on the activity uplifting and inspiring women to pursue goals without bias or barrier, assist women to be in a position of power making informed decisions about their health, celebrate women athletes and applaud when equality is achieved in pay, sponsorship, and visibility, elevate and advance gender parity in technology and celebrate the women forging innovation, and many more. The UN theme for the International Women's Day is Invest in Women, Accelerate Progress, achieving gender equality and women well-being in all aspects of life is more crucial than ever if we want to create prosperous economies and a healthy planet. However, we are facing a key challenge, the alarming $360 billion annual deficit in gender equality measures by 2030. In 1984, Australia introduced the world's first women budget statement, paving the way for many others to follow the suit. There is an alarming lack of financing with a staggering USD 360 billion annual deficit in spending on gender equality measures. Just 5% of government aid is focused on tackling violence against women and girls, and less than 0.2% is directed to its prevention. So the key measures Is investing in women a human rights issue? Time is running out, and gender equality is the greatest human rights challenge benefiting everyone. Ending poverty due to the COVID pandemic and conflict, 75 million more people have fallen into severe poverty since 2020. Immediate action is crucial to prevent over 342 million women and girls living in poverty by 2030. Implementing gender responsive financing, conflicts and rising prices may lead to 75% of countries to cut public spending by 2025, negatively impacting women and their essential services. Shifting to a green economy and care society, the current economic system disproportionately affects women. Advocates propose a shift to the green economy and care society to amplify women's voices, supporting feminist change makers. Despite leading to efforts, feminist organizations receive only 0.13% of official development assistance. So, on this International Women's Day, let's unite to transform challenges into opportunities and shape a better future for all. Gender responsive budgeting is a strategy that creates budget that works for everyone by considering and analyzing the unique and diverse needs of every person. Gender responsive budgets strive for a fair distribution of resources. So, altogether, we can put our efforts together in achieving gender responsive budgeting. The theme for the UN Women's Day 2024 is also aligned with the demands of the International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women, ending gender-based violence through adequate funding. Without ambitious investments to scale up prevention programs, implementing effective policies and provide support services to address violence against women and girls, countries will fail to end gender-based violence by 2030. So with this short note and introduction, let's move on for sharing our knowledge. Before that, just a short video we'll watch on the UN theme, then we will move on to our presentations. So happy Maha Shivaratri to all of you, and may the God and Goddess bless us with abundant resources, knowledge, wisdom.
After decades of progress, we are at a crossroads for gender equality. As the number of women facing conflict, crisis, violence, and climate change soars, as more women are pushed into poverty, standing up for women's rights is more important than ever. Now is our chance to build a world where women and girls thrive. Our chance to ensure that all women have income security, decent work, and economic power. Now is our chance to say once and for all that pushing back on equality benefits no one, and pushing forward benefits everyone. Now is our chance to make progress, our chance to make history. This International Women's Day, investing in women is the smartest choice for our shared future. Now is our chance to invest in women and accelerate progress.
So with this short curtain raiser video, we shall move on for the presentations. And before we start our presentations, there are few instructions. As we are commemorating today International Women's Day as well as Maha Shivaratri, it is an apt occasion with the theme inspiring inclusion. We see today since ages, Sanatana Dharma has portrayed inclusion in a better way than any other theory, philosophy, or belief system. We see on this occasion how the god and goddess Ardhanareeswara is a true representation of inclusion at its equity. It is 50%, which is the right equity of inclusion. So there are various activities where you can take up on this platform today. That is talks, oral, PPT, poster presentations, essay writing, or some articles also somewhere someone were requesting. So we can also have a panel discussions at the end of presentations. And an online quiz has also been shared. You can fill the online quiz and submit, and you will be receiving certificates for each activity individual. So you can choose up any activities, as this is an occasion of Shivaratri, and we know most of us are on fasting, and also we have to do Jagaran, that is we keep waking up whole night. So we can use this wonderful opportunity to engage productively in academics, cultural and edutainment activities. So these are few terms and conditions we all need to follow to keep it smoothly going. So one major request, we shall not use this for any commercial purpose, for marketing, promoting, advertising, self, or any organization or its products and services. Strictly, those who are violating this will be banned and removed permanently from the entire series. As you know, we have been organizing various events since years on this international platform. We request everyone to restrict to the topic they have chosen, that too constructively, productively, and positively, focusing on solutions. At the end of the day, we need solutions to be implemented. So we request everyone on this wonderful occasion, let's set up an aura and environment ambience of positivity, constructivity, and productivity on this platform. And these are the details that you need to share in the chat box so that we can invite you for the presentations. So for the first presentation, we have Vasanta Talya Ramarao. She is retired probation officer from Women and Child Department from Karnataka. We welcome you, ma'am, and we wish you happy International Women's Day. And with this presentation, we are starting the presentations for the day. We request all the other presenters to share details and be patient. We'll be taking as per the message queue. So kindly wait for your turn. We'll be calling all the names. We'll take the list from the message. So if you have not shared your details, kindly share your details and wait for your turn. Everyone will be given an opportunity. No need to worry. Even if you miss out also, you can share it once again. And if you miss your order or turn also, no need to worry. You can share it again. We will invite you and we'll provide opportunity for everyone. Even if it is still morning also, no need to worry. That's on a lighter note. But it doesn't mean that meeting will continue till morning. So as long as it can go, we will help you to make your presentation. So no need to worry about time or no need to worry about missing your turn also. You can share once again and we will invite you as per the order. So don't be in a hurry, panic mode, sharing very frequently. Kindly wait for your turn. So with this introduction, let's proceed with our first speaker for the day, first presenter for the day. So we have with us Vasantatalya Ramarao, who is retired probation officer from Women and Child Department, Karnataka. Ma'am, you need to connect to your audio so that you can make your presentation. You have been made co-host, but we see that your audio is not connected. Okay, I think we can wait. We can call her next once her connectivity resumes. Okay, next we have with us Miss Chaitra Shetty. She is female, assistant professor. And she would be presenting on women's presentation in leadership, breaking barriers and shaping the future. So we welcome you, ma'am. You can raise your hand so that we can give you permissions. Miss Chaitra Shetty. You can switch on your video and audio. You can unmute yourself and start your presentation. You have been made co-host.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, ma'am. Welcome.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening.
Good evening, everyone. I have shared the presentation, sir. Actually, now I'm not connected with the laptop. Can you share my presentation?
Okay, through email. Have you shared the presentation through email?
I have to.
We are losing your voice, ma'am. I think there is some connectivity issue at your end. We request everyone to present from your side because we'll be managing too many things. It would be difficult. And this is like on spot. Most of the presentations are on spot. So we need to document it as well. So if possible, we request everyone to try sharing from their end if they have any PPTs. Or you
Can
can.
you now?
Hello?
Can you all hear?
Yeah, now it's fine.
Yeah. So if possible, can you share my PPT?
I will try, but have you sent the PPT to email address?
Yes.
Okay, let me pull out. In the meanwhile, you can introduce yourself
Yes, sir.
briefly along with your topic, then we'll be sharing.
Yes. Myself, Chaitra Shetty, and I'm assistant professor in Anapoya Deemed to be University, Mangalore. First of all, I would like to wish the women participants here a very happy International Women's Day. And I have taken up the topic which talks about leadership, women representation in leadership.
Ma'am, we haven't yet received your PPT.
No, sir.
Can you check whether there is connectivity? Whether the email has been sent from your device? The email ID, hope you have, is the same, wswd2024@gmail.com, which is
Yes.
mentioned on
So
all the
I have sent it through WhatsApp. Is it possible to?
WhatsApp, it would be difficult, ma'am. If you can share through email, better. We request all the presenters to share your presentations from your end. Otherwise, you kindly email and verify that your presentation has been received by us.
I hope you all can see my screen.
Yes, ma'am. Please continue.
Yeah. So I already introduced you all about me, and now I'll be talking about the topic women's representation and leadership, breaking barriers and shaping the future. As we gathered here to deal with the topic, which lies at the heart of social progress, women representation in leadership. As we commemorate International Women's Day today, it's imperative to reflect on the strides made, the barriers faced, and the path forward in achieving true gender equality, which is very necessary in leadership roles. So let me give little introduction about my topic, and also what is the importance of women representation in leadership. When women are represented in leadership positions, it brings different perspective and different experiences and skills to the table, leading to more well-rounded and effective solutions. Studies also have shown that companies with more gender diverse leadership teams tend to outperform those with less diversity. So, in my opinion, women's representation in leadership is not only a matter of equality, but also a strategic advantage for business and society as a whole. So, what is the significance of breaking barriers for gender equality? Breaking barriers for gender equality is significant because it allows for the full realization of human potential regardless of gender. And I would like to add that gender equality can have a positive impact on economic growth as it allows for the full participation of women in the workforce and mainly decision-making process. This can lead to increased productivity, higher income, and overall prosperity for society as a whole. Now, let me put little introduction on the historical context. Historical trends of women participation in leadership. This has been limited due to various societal, cultural, and institutional barriers. However, there have been notable trends towards increased representation of women in leadership positions over time. I would like to highlight that despite progress in recent years, women still remain underrepresented in leadership roles globally. This I would like to stress. Efforts to address this disparity continue with organization and governments working towards promoting gender diversity and equality in leadership positions. As more barriers are broken and opportunities are created for women to lead, the trend towards increased women's participation in leadership roles is expected to continue to grow in the future. So let us see some common barriers to women's leadership. So I have listed out a few. One is gender bias. Women may face discrimination and bias in recruitment, in promotion, or in case of when she want to give some decisions, even in decision making process also. The second one is lack of mentorship and sponsorship. Women often have fewer opportunities for mentorship and sponsorship compared to their male counterparts. This happens in many organizations. Lack of guidance and support from senior leaders can impair their career progression. Third one is work-life balance. This no need to give more explanations on this, like everybody knows how women struggle to keep her work-life balance. Traditional gender roles and expectations often place a heavier burden on women to balance work and family responsibilities. This can limit their availability for leadership roles that require long hours or extensive travel. So even I think whenever any good roles in the uh, college, if it is offered to me, I would think whether it is possible for me to do. I have a confidence on my leadership ability, everything, but still I don't have a confidence that whether I can deal this role with my other family responsibilities. So this is one of the main thing, like whether I can give time to family, whether I can do this work, or I can cook on time. All these things will come. So it's very difficult. It's a major barrier, I would say, as a woman. Limited access to network. Women may have limited access to professional networks and connections that are crucial for career advancement. Networking opportunities are often male dominated, making it challenging for women to build relationships that can help them climb the leadership ladder. And the last one, I would say, unequal pay and opportunities. Now, pay gaps are there, access to high level opportunities. So, all these make women not to go for leadership roles. Unequal compensation and lack of visibility in key projects or assignments can hold women back from reaching leadership positions. This also might happen. The next, I also say cultural norms, what it affects. Uh, the cultural norms might be, this also comes like I have shown in the previous slides, barriers to women leadership. One is common barriers. And now what I'm showing is a cultural norms and societal expectations. First one is traditional gender roles. Societal expectations around women's role as caregivers and homemakers can discourage them from pursuing leadership positions that require long hours or travel. This may be a modern world, but the thinking ability of the people did not change yet. There are many people who think in that way only. If you take example of any women, they also think in their side corner that if I do like this, they may tell like this. So that always comes in their mind. Lack of role models, limited visibility of female leaders in various sectors can reinforce the belief that leadership is primarily a male domain, discouraging women from aspiring to top positions. This also might happen. Implicit bias, cultural norms and attitudes that prioritize masculine traits in leadership can create barriers for women who may possess different leadership styles. This happens because sometimes people might say that this might not possible from a woman, this is only possible from a male. That statement also makes, if a woman want to do also, then because of that statement she may go backward. Then next one is lack of supportive policies. If you don't have family support, family friendly policies such as paid parental leave or flexible work arrangements can make it challenging for women to balance work and family responsibilities. And the last one is social expectations. Societal pressure to conform to traditional gender norms and expectations can discourage women from taking an assertive or ambitious role. Even this also plays a vital role. Now, what are the strategies for breaking barriers? Now, what strategies we can adopt that so many barriers women are facing? What actions we can take up? So, actions are like implementing gender diversity policies, providing leadership development programs, creating mentorship and sponsorship programs, promoting work life balance, like giving flexible working hours to the women employees, ensuring pay equity. If these are done, maybe some of the problems can be sorted out. Now, I want to focus on this intersectionality. Now, what is intersectionality? We have to see. It refers to the interconnected nature of social categorizations, such as I have mentioned here, gender with race, ethnicity, sexuality, and other identities, which can create overlapping and interdependent systems of discrimination and disadvantages. When examining gender in conjunction with race, ethnicity, sexuality, and other identities, it becomes evident that individuals experience unique challenges and norms of discrimination based on the intersections of these identities. Now, what are the major challenges they face include wage gap for women of color, lack of representations, maybe violence and discriminations. It could be health disparities or legal protections. So these are the challenges which comes under this one. So what conclusion I can give here? On International Women's Day, reflecting on the theme, women's representation in leadership, I hope it's clear. I have taken up this because I am an assistant professor who want to be a leader in all the segments. But even I have a thought in my mind, if I take this, whether it is possible to manage other things or not. So it does not only a profession life, it also the personal life which is attached towards me. It's a professional plus personal life to me. Both I am committed. So to that is why I have taken up this challenging topic, women representation in leadership, breaking barriers and shaping in future. Sometimes we might not think about our career future, we just think about our family future. It is evident that promoting gender diversity and inclusivity in leadership roles is essential for progress and innovation. By breaking down barriers and challenging stereotypes, we have the way for a future where women have equal opportunities to lead and contribute their unique perspectives. As we celebrate the achievements of women in leadership positions and acknowledge the challenges they face, let us recommit ourselves to creating a more equitable and supportive environment for all women. It's not only for me. Empowering women to take on leadership roles not only benefits individuals but also strengthens organization and societies as a whole. Together, let us continue to advocate for gender equality, support women in their leadership journeys, and work towards a future where women representation in leadership is not just a goal, but It's a reality. Happy International Women's Day, and thank you for the opportunity to say my own opinion and the judgmental factors, whatever which comes out. It's a good platform where we can talk about which are related to women. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Chaitra Shetty ji. It was a wonderful presentation. It's short and simple, but very insightful and very well put on. So we congratulate you for the wonderful presentation.
Thank you so much,
we wish
sir.
you all the success. And happy International Women's Day. And also happy Maha Shivaratri to you and your family. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
So next we have with us Vasanta Talya Ramarao. She is a retired probationary officer from Women and Child Department, Karnataka. Ma'am, you can unmute yourself, start your audio and video, and make your presentation. We welcome you and we wish you happy Shivaratri and International Women's Day. Over to you, ma'am. We can't hear you, ma'am. You can increase your voice. No, ma'am, we can't hear you. Maybe you can unplug your headphones and try. Plug in again and try.
Hello?
Yes, ma'am. Now you are clear.
Okay, thank you. I wish each and everybody this day a happy Shivaratri as well as a happy Women's Day for each and everyone. Not only for the women, for the men also, because you are a part and part of all the women of this day. For a mother, you are the best son. For a husband, you are the best wife, you are a best husband. For children, you are the best father. So you should also have the happy Women's Day today to celebrate with all of us. Thank you, one and all. It is my topic is that today is women welfare. Women welfare doesn't start not today or tomorrow or yesterday. It will start from the day of the birth of the baby girl. Soon after the girl comes out of the womb of the mother, her welfare will start. So the health, nutrition, education, welfare of the child, get together of the child with the family. The family get together for a child is very, very important. The way they treat the child in a family, that gives the whole life to the child. That is the inception. In the olden days, say some 50 years before, when I was young, I entered into the service. Those days, all lady girls never used to like to have a baby girl in their womb only. Then only this Bruna Hatya, which has started, they are not allowed to check their sex determination, and they stopped that, and all has come. But today, after a year of 50 years, really we have succeeded a lot. And now that has become a little bit controlled, not fully controlled, but it is under full privilege. Even today, as an officer, when I will be doing adoption, the many people, they fill up the form in the gender. They say they want a male boy only. Why? Why this discrimination? Where is the welfare for the girl? Why not these adoptive parents still we want a female girl? Still, we are all backward. We speak a lot. Just before me, Madam was speaking about the professor was telling all law-related points which should be followed by each and every one of these people in this society. But as such, today, still the welfare of the child will start from the womb of the mother. But we are all neglecting it. I request each and every one participant, not only participant, the people who are in and around, please ask them to have the welfare of the child welfare, the girl's welfare, from the day of 0 to till the birth and after birth also it's very important. Education of the children. Even today, if they have one single girl child, they don't care, they give good education. If they have two kids, one girl and a boy, till today I observe, and even in the urban stages, urban place, they send the boy to a good convent, whereas the girl will be a secondary convent. Please, let this stop. Otherwise, one day, see, today in the world, the one country, Africa, is declared Cape is the waterless city in the world. Like one day, we must declare that we have no girl child in our country. That day will certainly come. Let us not discriminate child, girl child, the ladies. They should be honored. Mother is the center point of the home. How the mother has come because she was a girl child to her mother and she became all the way to this home and now she has taken the responsibility. Mother is the model, mother is the friend, mother is the protector, mother is the supporter, everything. She's the all-rounder for the child. If the child falls down in the young days or when he starts, the first word the child says, Amma. Why not Appa? Amma is the main center point of the family. So let us have the welfare. The book, I can speak more than 3 hours about law, each point of law and all. But the general thing, where we are losing our energy, where we are losing our strength in general knowledge, in general thinking, general possessiveness. We have all developed so many things in our own mind. It is nobody has made it. It's our own generation. Bank means they will create so many accounts. But we being the human beings, we have started so many accounts in our mind. These accounts has been operated by self. Because of this, nowadays, so many people, they are the psychiatric patient. When I was working, say, in some nearby, some 2000, we say 24 years before, the incoming patients, outpatients in the Niman's hospital was 50% lesser than this. Now, if you will go, the OPD queue will be more than 2 kilometers, 3 kilometers. Early in the morning, the patients will come and stand for their OPD register. Why? Because of this generation of our own accounts in our own mind. Who are the coordinators for this? Bank manager? Who is the manager? My family in and around me. Who are all there? They are all my managers, my coordinators, my account holders, everyone. So, please, it's a highly opportunity for us. Women's Day means that only not celebrating a day, not having the international webinars or giving lectures and all. It is respecting a woman, it giving the opportunity, understanding a woman's requirement. Requirement doesn't mean it's financial. It's more requirement is her psychological, her mental, her moral. All these support should be given by the family members first, then the society, then the educationalist. We call it, what is your son doing? I say he's a education analogist. What an analogy they do. Analogy, it doesn't mean that purchasing some research, give it to others, spread the news all over the world. No. It should start from their own home. It should start from their own hosting. Where is the host? See, this is my beautiful home. Here only it should start. There are so many people in and around us. all of us, each and every one of us, my class teacher, my ma'am, my master, my students, everyone should support. See, nowadays, so many issues have come up. The physical abusement, sexual abusement of the child, so many issues we are facing, and we will have other forums to have for each session separately. But as the Women Day today, welfare of the women is very, very important. It's not on the book. It is on the heart of each person. Each person should take the responsibility to keep a woman honorable, happy, justiful, and very much friendly in each family, in their offices, in their environment, in the bus. If you will travel in a city bus, nobody is ready to get up and give a seat to a common lady. If a person like me go and ask what they say, madam, if you cannot stand, you come by a car. He is not ready to get up and give me a seat. Not even they consider these are the senior citizens. She is a lady, she is a pregnant, she is a lactating mother, she is holding a child. See, they are all the future generation of this country. Why can't we understand? Even a lady passenger, she should develop that. We should honor each other. We should think of each other. The co-travelers should think of others. If you go to an hospital, if somebody requests you, shall I go in front of you? They will not accept. No, I am also in the queue. We come afterwards. It should not be there. We should have some soft corner for each one of us. The Women's Day, why it has started? Very beginning of this Women's Day, I was in the department as an officer. The intention of giving this Women's Day to the society to tell that woman is the founder of this society. Women is the center point of this society. Women is everything this society. To teach that from the rural area, from the very much corner of the India, we started this program. And today it has come to the webinar level. Really, I'm very happy that all we educated, we have come to this higher level and we are celebrating. Look at the happiness in our face. Look at the our participation here. How long we are waiting for this webinar? From morning almost we are all preparing. Today is Women's Day. It's our day. We are celebrating. It is all the happiness we are having because we have tried for more than 25 years to reach each woman of this Indian corner to tell that you are the attraction of this society. You are the center point of this society. So we explained them. We told them. Till today we are trying to tell them, women, you are the center point. Don't discuss yourself. Don't be hesitated. Come forward. Your education is not the criteria. Your heart, your kindness, your love, your affection, your everything to the society, not only for the child. He has come from your womb. For everyone who is in the society, they need your love. They need your affection. They need your blessings. So this is the way we should honor each and every woman of this country, not from India, from all over the world, wherever you will go. When recently I had been to Andaman and Nicobar, really I was very happy in Andaman and Nicobar. They give so much respect to the ladies there. I observed not only 1 or 2 times, I was there almost for 5 days. Really, they are very, very much respecting all ladies there. A tender coconut selling lady, a vendor, everyone they respect. Even in the seashore, they respect women. They give a lot of respect to the ladies. They give so much energy to the ladies. They say, no, ma, you can do it. I am with you. I will take care of you. Come on, madam, you can do it. That energy they give it, the enthusiasm, they make them develop insult that person who are with them. This should be seen all over the world. That Women's Day means giving equality, giving strength, giving courage to the unknown persons, to the unprivileged ladies who are there still in the top corner of our society. We should all bring them out and make them happy, make them stand on their own legs. Madam was telling sponsorship, leadership, it's all lacking. Madam, for your consideration, I would like to say that government, especially women and child welfare department, they are doing lot of programs for the welfare of women. They are giving so many sponsorship, but all of them, 50% only is using, another 50% lapse. Nobody is coming forward because this is the lack of knowledge. Maybe some point of view, your presentation is also good. I not say that it's not true, but in many cases, all these things are there, but ladies only are not coming forward and taking these opportunities which has given to them because this is a lack of knowledge. In this case, what we can do, all of us who are educated, who knows many things, being professors, being the socialists, being the journalists, being whatever we are, the advocates are there in this forum. So many people are there. All of us, let us try to reach the villages. Let us explain the things to the ladies. What are the things that can be done? What are the options are there to select themselves? How they can become, how to start small scale industries. What are the benefits they are getting? They are getting 25% subsidy loans from the Women and Child Welfare Department. See, if she say 1 lakh of loan, she cannot pay all 1 lakh back. Only 75,000 she should pay. The remaining 25,000, the department will pay to the bank. So many facilities are there. They can go up to their own higher level of business. And I have seen in my experience, a lady, she has studied only third standard. She has taken more than 50 lakhs loan and she started her own kaya industry from a kaya place where these coconut plants are plenty in their village. She started her own small unit, a very small unit. I went to her inauguration function and today she is the big industrialist in that district. She is Mrs. Devi Rama from Chitradurga district of Durga Taluk. I'm very proud. I'm very happy to announce such few cases where they have sunshine like themselves. Their name is Twinkle Twinkle Little Star in the World. They are very good entrepreneurs. Okay. So this is all the power and other things which have given to us. We should give it to the others. It is the just before starting this, you were seeing the hands in this flyer and all the place wherever you see women's development, we see the hands, we see the power, empowerment and all. This empowerment, let us not keep it in our hand. Let it not be only for us. Let us share it with us. Let us give it to others. All of us take an oath today that we serve for the others. We live for the others. Women's Day, not only for me, it is for everyone of the society. Let us do something best, something good, something very much honest work for the welfare of the society, wherever we are. If you are in a city, you go to a slum and do some work. If you are nearby a village, you please visit some village. Even today, we are conducting health programs, taking the help of Kidwai Cancer Hospital from Bangalore. We take them to the remote villages. The unit cost, they say it is 20 crore rupees or something like that. They come and detect, they do cancer detection program for this mammography and everything is there inside the van. We take them to such a remote villages and we do that. So with that, the villagers, they are so happy. In and around 8 to 10 villages, they come and participate in that. They take that golden opportunity. Along with it, we will do ophthalmia, we will do dental tests. For everything, we give them free treatment. If anybody is found with any cancer on that day, we will bring them to Bangalore, the capital city of Karnataka, and we give them all the required treatment through the cancer hospital. This is only an example. Thousands of people they may be doing. Maybe that they are not in this today's session, but I appreciate all of them. But the remaining people, so many highly qualified people are today here. Nearly 45, 50 participants are there as per as screen says. All 50 of us. Let us get one opportunity for one lady by next year, March 8th. So next year, March 8th, let us say each one positive story in our presentation of today, along with Dr. Ravindra sir and so many other people. One successful story. I have helped one lady. That lady has become like this. She was sitting on the floor. Now she's sitting on the chair. Like this. Let us take an opportunity on this day. I wish this Women's Day all the best for all of us. women welfare, it's a biggest program, biggest speech, because so many speakers may be waiting behind me. I don't want to make use of all the time myself. I hope, Ravindra sir, I can stop my session over here, or if you'll give me 10 more minutes, I'll continue. Please let me know, sir.
Ma'am, you can conclude in 5 minutes, next 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you so much. Regarding the education of the girls, even today, when we will visit the villages, the education of female girls is really hidden. They are not allowed to go to school. Though government has given so many opportunities, all the government, not only Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, all Andhra Pradesh, they are all giving promotions for this girl child education. But till education is not up to the mark of this, but when we come to the SSLC public exam result, the top scorer are girls. It's proud. We are very happy because girls can concentrate more than boys, because they are the one who are there inside the house and they know what are the pains are there in a family. So they work hard. But what we do, what we have to do, we have to reach each child in the villages or in the place, and we should see that school dropout should not be there. They should attend schools regularly, and we should also help the school teachers as well as the parent teachers of that area to promote the education of the girl children. By the same time, attendance of the girl child. Even today in the field area, when the rain comes very well, the monsoon starts, the girl child attendance will be reduced. You know why? The girl child will be made use of for the farmer's work. She will not be given big work, small work. She'll be asked to go and give food to your father. Go today, no school for you. Give some water to your father to the field and come. They will make use. It's nothing but child labor. See, there are so many social evil, social problems which all girl childs are facing. Today, trafficking, human trafficking, so much taking place, not only for the girl child, even the adolescent girls are trafficking from place to place. In Bangalore, per day, sometimes 300, 500 girls will be escorted by the police to the Department of Women and Child Welfare, who are all from the northeast or from the other part of the India, because they are all trafficking. Why only girls are trafficking from the other places? Why not boys? Maybe one or two boys have trafficking, but girl is the central attraction of this human society. Only in the bars, in the dancing corners, in the casinos, girls should dance. Why not boys dance is accepted by the society? Girl is the attraction point. I told you, she is the center of the family. She is the center of attraction of the family for the society. So this trafficking should stop. Means whenever you travel, have a look at the tribe, common publics, whether they are doing any trafficking. If you have a small doubt also, kindly inform. Call 100 from anywhere in India. 100 will come and help you. You inform that, sir, some trafficking taking place. Please protect the children, protect the adolescents, protect the ladies. So there are so many things which you are not even able to see. What are the things are going on? Highly, maybe education is the main thing. We are getting this, that, and all. But that is not the thing. The thing is that so many unable things, unwanted things is going on behind each of every one of us. So we should have more knowledge about it. Not only kitab ki, oh, Joe, we are reading in the books is not the real knowledge. The real knowledge comes from the experience. We should have our own experience. It need not be an experience from the job. It is an experience from the life. Everyday life. Just you keep on observing. See, we say, I'm a child counselor. What a counselor will do. The counselor of a politician also will go and talk to somebody. A child counselor will also go and talk to the children. A family counselor also will do that. Counseling means it starts with a talk. What talk? General talk, free talk, open talk. Like that, you have to do your own work with the publics. You start talking to anybody. Don't never have that gap between you and that people. So in that way, you can start, you will become your own way, the best social worker of this society. You need not do your MSW, you need not do MSc psychology or anything. It is only by practice, only by involvement, only by getting together into the topic. Whatever topic you today give me 5 minutes, I'll talk any topic. Why? Because I have involved with each and everything. So that has given me this confidence. Any topic you give me, I don't mind. 12 o'clock, you ask me, Asanta madam, come on, get up. You talk about this, I'll give you 1 hour. Continuously. Why? That involvement in my life, involvement in the subject, involvement in the public. That is very, very important. So it's very nice that Ravindra sir extended my time for another 5 minutes. Really, I'm very happy to be with all of you. First of all, I'm very happy being a woman. Today is the best and happy day for me. For the whole day, I enjoyed with so many people. I went to 4 to 5 slums. I've enjoyed with all the slum people. I gave so many things to the public that is slum. They were very happy. One ordinary pen, she says, Amma, nobody will give me a pen. It's hardly 20 rupees, 25 rupees maybe. But I enjoyed the whole day like anything. This is my happiest day. I enjoyed this Women Day. I hope everyone has enjoyed this day. Otherwise, another 5 hours is there, 7:30 now. On the up to 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock, you can enjoy. Today is the Shivaratri. You can do Jagarne. Jagarne means whole night we should not sleep. We should keep on doing bhajans. We should keep on chanting Namasmarane of the God and all like that. You today enjoy the day. You enjoy this Women's Day. I wish all the women of this world, all the women of our country, all the women of this event, I wish each and everyone once again happy Women's Day. Let us meet next year with the same forum, with the next channel, and let us prove that we have done something for the women. I have brought up one woman with this positive history. This is the positive story of my energy, my journey of last year, 24, March 8 to 24, 8th March of 25. I hope all 40 or 45 people who are here, let us do it and say that I have done this. So all the best. Take care. Good night. Happy Women's Day once again. Jai Hind, Jai Karnataka. Bolo Bharat Mata Ki. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for your very inspiring and energetic session. And as usual, you have been very active, proactive, in fact, in promoting child and women welfare. And you have been quite a number of times you have delivered sessions, and all sessions were really commendable. And on this occasion, we are very fortunate to have you on this platform and seek your blessings also on this wonderful occasion of Maha Shivaratri. And thank you with your message. I also request everyone, till now we have 311 participants registered for this day. And we have at present 63 participants online. We request everyone to join, and everyone, even if you have not registered for presentation, share your experiences and share your insights, what the problems you have faced and what we can do. At the end of the day, we need solutions. Not only saying problems will not be a solution. Like as ma'am has already motivated us, we can start sharing and let's everyone utilize this wonderful time today to share our experience. We need not prepare, something from books and other. Our life itself has taught us so many things which are not available in books. So, which can be made into books for the coming generation. So let's use this opportunity, as ma'am has set the direction for the platform. So let's everyone, whoever has joined this platform, let's everyone take at least 1 minute to share their insights and contribute to this wonderful day. Thank you, ma'am, once again for.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am, and we wish you all the success and happy Shivaratri to you and your family. Happy Women's Day to you.
Thank you, sir.
So we will move on to our next presentation. Our next presentation is from Ambika ji. She is advocate and she will be talking on women and law. So Vasanta ma'am has recommended one other resource person for this platform. We thank Vasanta ma'am and we invite Ambika ma'am to take over for her session. Ma'am, you can raise your hand. We see Ambika Prakash. Hope, is it you? You can unmute yourself. Yeah, you have been given permissions, ma'am. You can unmute yourself, start your video and presentation.
So, good evening.
Yeah,
Greetings
welcome.
and best wishes for one and all, for all participants and for the woman of the day, Vasanta Madam. Special greetings to her. I would like to bring as an advocate what are the laws, or before that, the introduction. What was the status of women in our earlier times? From the day of our culture and society says about equality, and there is nothing like we are being submissive to below the rank of a man. It was an equal status which was given as an introductory from our society and from the culture which we have seen today. Especially that when we talk about our history, Indian history, about legal history, there also we have first woman who was participating in International Court of Justice. So the advocates, as I am concerned with law, I would like to say there was no inequality at all. But what we have, the change makers, like changing society and the present scenario, which has made us to, because of stress, we started withdrawing from the social activities just because of getting ourselves into rumors or a issue as a news. Those were the incidences which had made a woman to curtail her power and not to confront as equal to a man. This, I would like to even say that is how the social cultural change has happened, the societal change and attitude that we don't have an equal status has come. So in my future, my talk of a few things like what are the government has implemented from the day of constitution, inception of the woman equality has been there. So there is nothing like they have not empowered a woman, but empowerment is only from the government side. We have 54 woman friendly laws, but still there are crimes against women, women health, women education, women in a modern status of the business or in all aspects. Still she backs out just because there were violences, one or two incidences, or there might have been the domestic violences. It may be not from the outsider, it may be from the family members itself. The domination came when there was economic inequality. But still, when I go to Mitakshara law to say that in our property laws also, we have a status, we have Stridhan. So still the women are thinking themselves as only cat and not as a tigress. This attitude has really made the woman empowerment as stand still. But today, if I tell about today's event of our government of India, our Prime Minister has cut down ₹100 on the gas bill, only on the eve of Women's Day 2024. how many of us know about it? We are lacking awareness. That is why we are not availing the facilities, availing the any such helping of empowermenting ourselves or to combat any harassments or any matter that for whether it is at home or at workplace or at study place at colleges. I am talking about even the child which has been 5 years of age. Girl has to be empowered first, that she has all strength in her mind. That itself gives her all empowerment, and she can grow up into a confident individual woman. Now, when I talk about what about our Indian woman and what is our government committed for gender equality, justice, and promoting women's empowerment. We are witnessing rapid transition and women's development to woman-led development also, with the vision that we are from past few years, there are rapid transmissions in the woman empowerment. When I talk about, I have to specify here one important thing, that amongst 15 countries in the world with a woman head of the state, globally, India has the largest absolute number of elected women representatives in local governments. Then, when we compare about the employment in the not only in the public sectors but also private sectors, now all women are having equal status and have been acquiring to be a head of the institution, director of the institution, chairperson of the institution, board directors. There are compulsory, and the government of India has already implemented such policies. In acquiring that, as Vasanta Madam earlier has told about, we are not availing the services, we are not availing the opportunities. That has given the backlog for women empowerment in India. So now, when we talk about women empowerment, we also have to talk about the challenges which we are facing at present scenario. Leaving about the economic or the criminology crimes against the woman, but when we go for work, what are the facilities, what are the awarenesses, how we have to make ourselves to fit for that job, qualified for that particular, that is there is no other word to say that surviving is the fittest. This theory is everywhere, not only for women but for men also. That is a human right which we have to acquire ourselves, qualities to acquire to be on the chair. So when we talk about the pilots, we have more than 5% of women airline pilots are Indian from the India. So when globally, when we compare, International Society of Women Airline Pilots says that 5% of pilots are women of India. Then when we go and talk about the civil aviation, 2025, we have this discrimination has already been ruled out, and we are getting the opportunities. Now, the transition has happened not only in the education system, like primary and secondary education is compulsory. 10th, every girl child has been given, has a gross enrollment and has acquired the education, but till 10th only, till the attainment of 16 years. After that, then our madam first speaker who spoke about there are stress and family related involvement. When we come to acquire the chair, it is not that. But at the age of 16 years only, before marriage, before the woman and the girl child has been given more task, multitask. taking up her own responsibility, safety and security, also her family safety and security. That is like dignity. When a girl child complains about some incident, then they just hide it. It is unreported. This is actually which has been hindrance to not to combat the crime against the woman. When we talk about the workplace harassments, there are laws. Since 1997 only, the Supreme Court has given the precedent to have, these are the rules and regulations in each industry, whether it is a private or a public, has to have normal standards. But still, till 2013, since 1997 Vishaka judgment, still 2013, there was no legislations. Then came legislation. After that, also, we are facing the workplace harassment. So when there is a dowry case, that was an incident, then there was a Dowry Prohibition Act. When there's a girl feticide, there was a law. Again, in immoral trafficking, PETA case, there is a law. Everywhere we have legislations, but there is no enforcement. I would like to highlight in this platform saying that there are many legislations which are giving as a coming as a helpful for combating the offenses against a woman. Crime can be combated with the help of the state, but still, why the crimes are increasing? There are sexual harassments at workplace 200%. It is not even 100%. Every 10 minutes, there is a crime against a woman. Every 3 minutes, there is a crime against a girl child. This is increasing, and to combat, there is no need for legislations. There is need for enforcement. When we talk about need for enforcement, we also need to have awareness on it. I have utilized this platform only to say that please wake up, caution yourself when there is when you have to put your own compounds and barricades to say that there should not be any violence against you, and have a status and dignity and lead a dignified life. Have your self-first respect. Self-respect and self-dignity will definitely give the confidence for any person, whether they may be a minor or a woman or a matured woman or a old lady. I would like to also say that there are ratios which gives now to human empowerment and women taxpayers. We have more women taxpayers. That means we are earning income, but still we are going for the crime of fraud, cyber crimes, phishing. Woman is losing money just because lack of awareness. There are so many national cooperative development, women skill development, women and child development department, labor industry, labor ministry, all are just eager to give a helping hand for women empowerment. They are standing on the row like a god, waiting for the devotee to come inside the temple and get the blessing, or to remember him to get the blessing. In this, we have a very good schemes in the government, and more than we have National Rural Livelihood Mission, Day NRLM, that is about 90 lakh women self-help groups, which are given a grassroots level of female members. There are 10 crores members in India, transforming rural landscape with a woman economic development. Now, talking about not only women at rural, urban women also are having many schemes for getting women empowerment from the Pradhan Mantri, whether it is a housing scheme or for a entrepreneurs to develop their own startup companies, but still women are facing just hindrance, not coming up. Why? Because lack of awareness. There are many women who have come for the defense, who have been flying aircraft flights. Today, this year, we have seen Republic parades wherein our Agnivirya and Agnipath scheme under it, women have been empowered to rank equal status in the Indian Armed Air Force also. So in this, there are many schemes which are given. I would also like to say maternity leave. The Labor Ministry is also doing multiple amendments to give a woman empowerment in order to get herself not only to stick on to the empower her. She has been given special allowances, maternity leave for 6 months. It has been increased from 3 months to 6 months. Also giving a paternity leave also in order to help a woman. It is not helping a man there. It is only to help a woman there. So female government servants are there more here in our secretary levels, Indian administrative services, IPS, in almost all fields, including banking sectors and in law also in judiciary. To wind up in executive, legislative, and judiciary, we are at present women status in India are equal to a man, but opportunities are being given, but lack of taking the opportunities and not coming forward to be on the social status, to be empowered, the woman is just giving reasons. I would like to say today's woman should not give any reason, and there cannot be any reasons at all, because all families, all individuals have to work for their livelihood. That is the status of now in present scenario in all over the world. Then why a separate status? No, we don't require any separate status. We want an equal status. We also see that equal education, equal opportunities, equal awareness are given to simultaneously not only to women, also to men, to see that a woman is empowered. So by concluding, I would like to say that there are woman-friendly laws, there are informations, there are across in your hand, in your mobile phone, to have that for woman empowerment. Legislation is doing maximum to see that we are going to get equal status, but lack of awareness, lack of something which is being told like social stigma, this barricade has to be broken and we have to come out of it. That can happen only by each individual woman only, and not by anyone else giving them woman empowerment. I would like to conclude this by giving me opportunity of speaking on women in law. Thanks for one and all, especially to Dr. Ravindra sir and Vasanta madam. I will conclude here. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Ambika ma'am. As you have rightly pointed out, most of the concerns today are because lack of awareness of various resources available. As you rightly pointed out, there are various laws, stringent laws where no crime or no abuse or no any kind of harm can be done to any girl or woman in India. There are very stringent laws, but lack of awareness and also implementation, as you rightly pointed out. There are many laws, but how far they are implemented, to what extent they are implemented, that is also very important. Not just simply merely making a law doesn't, bring the change. It has to go to the grassroots level. So awareness is most important, as you rightly pointed out, and we need to create more awareness. Maybe platforms like these, online and offline, we have to use every opportunity to make conscious, at a conscious level, make efforts to bring awareness on various laws and acts which are available, and various legal provisions, constitutional provisions available for girls and women. As you rightly pointed out, we need to go to the community, schools also. At a school level also, we need to bring awareness to school children, college, and also to the community. Maybe this message from you is very well taken. Hope everyone will spend some time, at least 5 to 10 minutes each day, on reading up legal updates on WhatsApp for us on a daily basis, so that we can empower ourselves through various constitutional and legal provisions. Thank you, ma'am, for your wonderful session.
Thank you, sir.
It was very insightful, and we wish you all the success. Happy Shivaratri and happy International Women's Day to you and your family.
Thank you, sir.
So we shall move on to our next speaker for the day. We request all the speakers who are waiting for their presentations to kindly share their details, their topic, name, and occupation, along with the place from which you are, so that we can invite you. There is a queue as per the first come, first serve basis in the message in the chat box. We are inviting one by one. If you have already shared, you can wait for half an hour or so, and you can repost it again. Those who haven't shared yet details, you can share it again, so that we can invite you one after the other. In fact, this is an opportunity, as earlier speakers, starting from Chaitra ma'am and Vasanta ma'am and also Ambika ma'am, everyone were telling, let's use the opportunity. Now, at least we could bring awareness that at least some event is happening today, and we see around 300 plus people have registered, and at least we have some 65 plus people have joined, and we need to utilize this. Everyone has some experience and some solutions to the concerns. So let's not be a silent participant. Let's everyone share. Let's everyone be the presenters on the day, utilizing this opportunity. So we'll move on to next speaker for the day. So next message in the chat box, we'll pick it up. Professor B.V. Shailaja. She is from Chemistry Department, Visakhapatnam. You have not mentioned topic. Kindly do mention all details so that we can introduce you properly. Ma'am, are you there? You can raise your hand. B.V. Shailaja. We have two IDs. May I know which one? You can raise your hand from the ID. You are active. Okay, we have given you co-host permissions. You can unmute yourself, start your video and presentation. Shailaja ma'am, are you there? Kindly respond. Have two IDs. Okay, we are making both the IDs co-host so that you can respond. And we request everyone to have a proper name when you log in. That will help us to identify, even to issue certificates also. We see a lot of names with device names and some name like admin and some iPhone and lot of different names. We will not be not able to identify your names. If you are not able to rename yourself, generally we disable it due to various security reasons. You can text your full name in a chat box to host so that we can rename it from our side. If you have any difficulty, so we can help you. Yeah, Shailaja ma'am, are you there? So presenters, be ready when you have shared your details when we call you so that we can save some time. Of course, we have plenty of time. No need to worry. Okay, then we will move on to our next presenter. So you can keep sharing your details in chat box. We'll be calling as per the order received in chat box. So no need to worry. So we have next speaker. Roshni Javed. You can raise your hand if you are available. Roshni ma'am. Kindly respond when we call you. Hope I am audible. Can use chat box to respond. Yeah, Roshni ma'am, you can unmute yourself, start your video and presentation. You have been provided co-host permissions.
Good evening, everyone. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am. Please continue.
Okay. And am I also visible?
Yeah.
Is my... Yes. All right.
But we can't see your PPT. Now PPT is also. Fine.
Is it visible, sir?
Yes, yes. Please continue.
Okay. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Before I begin, a very happy Maha Shivaratri to all of you around. I would also like to thank Dr. Ravindra for yet another opportunity on this stupendous, fantastic platform that gives opportunities for many of us, not just to unlearn what we have learned over these years, but also to learn from many others around. To start off, I've been listening to various presenters, and it's been so insightful. I would also like to thank that it has given a deep thought to look into, like Miss Ambika Prakash said, awareness of the changes that's happening currently, and to add on, lack of execution. So here we go. I'm Roshni Javed. Talking on International Women's Day, though first of its kind on this platform, has always been something really close to my heart. Empowering women has always been a part of my vision and mission. In fact, I had until late a fantastic team of only women around to support and to empower each one of us, thereby contributing to large. So when I start fostering inclusivity, amplifying women's voices in every sphere. 13 years of time in this industry as an entrepreneur, as a peak performance coach, and as a speaker impacting 500,000 lives, I've noticed the transition in the society, and this term inclusivity has gained a lot of importance in the modern world or in this century. Of course, yes, I'm not going to date back to history, but it's really nice to witness, experience, and be a part of this transition cycle where inclusivity has finally gained importance. Of course, it's in few numbers or percentage, but I'm sure it would not be very late when we would see a total 100%. I also want to walk through not just talking about inclusivity of all genders, but also how we can amplify women's voices, not restricting them to certain verticals of employment, but every sphere. Because at the end of the day, when we empower women, we are empowering generations to come, not an individual, not a single organization, or not a single community. We are talking in terms of generations. My agenda for today would be, what do we mean by inclusivity? Because this part, let me tell you honestly, in terms of logic and analysis, that inclusivity is ignored and less understood by many women, even in the modern world. The importance of inclusivity and how it could contribute to us positively. Here, I would also talk about challenges faced by women, strategies for amplifying. Why do we really need, and what are those strategies that we can, of course, yes, my previous speakers have definitely voiced themselves and pointed out what are the strategies, but I would like to do my short and small part. I would also talk about what are my personal remarks in these terms. Contemplating and thinking on this term and topic, it just brought me to mind a certain quote by Jesse Jackson, who's also a civil activist. Inclusion is not a matter of political correctness. It is the key to growth. So let me borrow what we are all talking about. It is the key to growth of amplifying all women's voices. But let's remember, it's not a political correctness, because it's very normal for human behavior to slant in politicizing situations. Personally, if you ask me, women inclusion or women's empowerment should not be at the cost of excluding other genders. Women's empowerment and amplifying women's voices should be at the cost of raising everyone. So saying, let me move on to the next slide, importance of inclusivity. But before that, let me first understand, as a human, as a specific gender, a definition of inclusivity. Here I recall what The Cambridge states, ideally, inclusion means the fact of including all types of people. Yes, let me emphasize all types of people, things, or ideas, and treating them fairly. Not putting each other down, not raising any specific gender, but being fair to all. Here, I would also like to add inclusivity, or the term inclusion is so vast and broad. It could be inclusivity in terms of food, cuisines, inclusivity in terms of genders, inclusivity in terms of education, opportunities, and various factors. But of course, yes, we are talking about inclusivity of women today. Nonetheless, let's remember what I've discussed. So why inclusivity matters, and how does it benefit for individuals, organizations, and society? Inclusivity certainly matters at an individual level because it certainly increases self-esteem, which increases confidence, and which increases performance. And the role could be a mother, a sister, a daughter, a wife, at any part of society. So it benefits at a personal level, which, if is a professional, can contribute at an organizational level, making better decisions, being more creative, bringing more innovations, using her resilience to handle complex problems. And of course, yes, helps and contributes directly and indirectly to the society at large. But what happens if there's an impact of exclusion? I would say it is a disaster. Yes, it works in the other ways. Perhaps poor education, lack of employment opportunities. It could also lose out on the self-esteem of a human being, that is a woman, of course. Gender gap in terms of wages. Now, while I proceed to the next slide of challenges faced by women, I would like to recall here, which I should have mentioned at the start. According to the Forbes Advisor, the gender gap statistics in 2024 states that women still earn 16% less than men on an average. That means we still have to work hard. Second, the leadership statistics of 2023 stated women hold only 10.4% of leadership position at Fortune 500 companies. I'm talking about at a worldwide. It awakens us that there are challenges being faced, and these challenges need to be addressed. Some of the challenges that I'm sure all of us can recall: gender stereotypes and bias, restricting and perceiving that women are better homemakers, better with household chores, restricting that they cannot handle complex decisions or complex verticals at organizational level. It's true, as we heard from other speakers, yes, there is a transition, there is a change, but we need to amplify that change. Not at the cost of the others, at the cost of helping, uplifting, but more than all, compatibility with each other, raising every other woman around. Another one is lack of representation in leadership positions. As I stated, organizations at certain level should also provide more opportunities, of course, yes, at the cost of skills and authenticity. And as individuals, we should not depend on business leaders or governments to help raise our benchmark. we need to learn, as Stephen Covey says, sharpen the saw. And as we always read, we need to come up with continuous learning, repetition, repetition, and repetition. Gender pay gap. We cannot raise our voices stating there is a gender gap in terms of payment and wages. We should ask oneself, where is the pitfall? Where is the backlog? How much more do I need to scale up in terms of my learning and competencies? No organization and government can help me unless I am, in terms of my intellect, in terms of my EQ, in terms of my competencies, raise my benchmark where I am automatically selected depending on my competencies, not being raised on sympathy. Barriers to career advancement. As an entrepreneur and as a peak performance coach, I would say career advancement happens at one's personal competency level. It cannot be given separate quotas. That would be being unfair to the others. Intersectionality, recognizing the additional challenges faced by women from marginalized communities. This I would look as a weakness. We do not need to help women in terms of intellect by just sympathizing them. If we increase education and campaigns in terms of education, we would be able to raise other communities or the downtrodden. But at the end of the day, nothing can happen until it is the passion of every individual woman to grow. Adding on to the strategies of our other speakers, how could we amplify? What strategy can we adapt? I would always repeat education and awareness. Education, not just in terms of number of degrees, because I meet on a regular scale, I'm sure all of you do so too. We have women who have innumerable degrees but are unable to represent themselves, who are also unaware of so many opportunities ahead. So not just tech smart, one should also be street smart. Another strategy is mentorship and sponsorship programs. As an experiential learner in terms of entrepreneurship, I would say I lost out a lot of time and profits because I was unable to afford a good coach who could have reduced and optimized losses and increased outcomes. So awareness that we can have mentors to guide us in any vertical of life. And sponsorship programs, managing to attend sponsorship programs, and also bringing it to organization levels or even in the family. I want to learn. I want to move ahead. Acceptance and putting across these ideas to attend such sponsorship programs is in itself a growth. Creating inclusive policies and practices. Charity begins at home. We can draw our lines, managing times and creating not as a government policy, but as a policy at home. Me time to study, me time for self-care, me time for mental well-being. When we learn to respect ourselves and our space, let me tell you, the others would learn to respect that part, which again spreads its wings and women understand at a community and large. To add on, there should be policies and practices, again from the government, educational institutions, only on competency level. Promoting diversity in leadership. I stand for something called DEI, diversity, equality, and inclusion. When we increase diversity, creativity amplifies. Creativity comes out at the best. When we operate in homogeneous communities, the same state of mind, same behavioral communication, same aspects circulate. And many entrepreneurs, business leaders, and even families are unaware that diversity adds a lot of benefit more than a homogeneous population, from family, organization to community. So let's promote diversity, not just at leadership, but should start from home. As we discussed, successful inclusion initiatives are strategies that can be used to the utmost. But here I have a company to recommend that says microtechnology is one of the world's most admired companies because it follows the DEI principle. And following the DEI principle, it stands out. It stands out in every aspect, not just including women, but including diversified women from different communities. This is one case study that I would like to say. Apart from that, creating, here I would like to bring in another personal case study. Today I was approached by around 5 different women groups who were operating and celebrating Women's Day, voicing themselves. So groups like this can also help amplify voices, providing opportunities. Before I conclude, I would like to summarize. Let amplifying voices and empowerment not be at the cost of other genders, but equality. On the other hand, a DEI aspect contributes a lot. Further, I would also like to say that using remarkable strategies is possible only when one woman stands by the other. When compatibility occurs, then there is self-awareness to confidence. When compatibility between 2 women happens, a whole neighborhood improves. Nothing can occur until women get together, until women are more united, until they support each other. No external policy can take things ahead until we stand by each other. So I would say when women support each other, incredible things happen. Have a wonderful day. Let's celebrate this beautiful day, not just as a quote, but let's uplift every woman around us. Thank you all.
Thank you, Rohini. It was a very insightful presentation. As you know, all the speakers have been emphasizing on education awareness, basically, letting, we should know what are the resources, opportunities available, and we need to leverage the opportunities, benefits from those available resources or opportunities. And as rightly pointed out, mentoring. See, of course, the concept of equity, we have moved from equality to equity. It is not that sharing the resources to everyone, even who doesn't need it. Again, that leads to underutilization or wastage of resources and opportunities. Not everyone is looking for everything. Not everything is everyone's cup of tea. Due to various factors, we are not getting into too much technicality or complexity. But what it exactly is, what people are looking, and whether we are able to empower them with informed decisions. We all take decisions, but we often don't take decisions based on our complete awareness and consciousness because of lack of information, lack of knowledge, or lack of proper guidance. So once an individual is empowered with information, knowledge, guidance, and by mentoring or guidance, one can take informed decision. Then accordingly, they can utilize opportunities and go ahead. So that would be, the right thing where we are talking about equity, giving what is required so that they can be empowered. Some may not need all the resources, or some may need specific kind of resources. So providing them that kind of resources will help, will empower people more than, whatever is there, equally dividing. Because not everyone is, equally possessed with various resources or assets. There is a lot of diversity within the country, within the state, and within the locality. So equally dividing will not always yield the result. So as rightly pointed out, we need to have different strategies to raise our voices within the diversity and within all the spheres of the society or life. So thank you very much, Roshni ji, for your insightful presentation. We wish you all the success and happy Maha Shivaratri and International Women's Day to you and your family. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
So we will move on to our next speaker for the day. Do we have with us, if Professor BBV Shailaja? Ma'am, are you ready to present? You can raise your hand. Kindly respond in chat box or by raising your hand. Or whenever you are available, if you have missed your turn, you can just let us know in chat box. So, okay, as there is no response, so we will move on to our next message in chat. Jaya Mukherjee, are you there? You can raise your hand. Hope I am audible. Jaya Mukherjee. Okay. So once you are back or once you are available, you can just message us in text, in chat box. We'll invite you. And next is Asiya Rizvi. Ma'am, are you available? Asiya Rizvi. You can raise your hand. Okay. Arun Education Health Foundation. Okay. So our next presentation will be Asiya Rizvi. She is from Maharashtra State Lady Secretary, Natural Environment Protection and Humanity Development from Maharashtra. And she would be talking on role of human rights for women. So you have been given co-host permissions. You can now unmute yourself. Start your presentation, ma'am.
Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Is my video visible? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, we can see you and your PPT is also visible. Please continue.
Okay, sure. Should I start?
Yeah, please continue.
Yeah. A very warm welcome to all of you. And again, I would like to wish all of you a very happy International Women's Day. So it is really a great opportunity given by sir. I'm really thank you for giving this platform. I was just listening to so many presentations and I'm really happy and would really like to thank you, sir, to give such a wonderful platform for all the women to express themselves and have a very great discussion also. And it's a platform wherein you can exactly actually there is no words, but yeah, this is where I was actually going to talk about the human rights topic, but yeah, you have already done that practically. So there is something practical happened and now it is going to be happening theoretical. So really thank you first of all. So let's start my presentation. So again, a very warm welcome to all of you for this wonderful presentation. So let me just tell you one good news. Like normally we do start with the presentation with the introduction of the speaker, but during this presentation or during this session itself, I got a big surprise from my NGO in which I was working for the state level, as sir had given the introduction of me that I was working on a Maharashtra state level as a lady secretary. But within 15 to 20 minutes, I got this promotion. So thank you, all of you. And this was a really great achievement for today. So now I have been promoted to a national level lady secretary. So really would like to share this happiness with all of you. This is a really great achievement for me and I have really got a great platform to share this with you. So thank you all of you. So let's start with the exact topic. The topic is that role of the human rights in the life of women. Now it's not actually just for women, it is for all of us. But yeah, in general also, but as specifically we are focusing on Women's Day, I would really like to uh, request all the women who are already present here, and if you have anyone around you who would be you can say facing some challenges, okay, in regards to any aspect of accessing the human rights, it's not that very difficult. Everything is really readily available, as many of our respected speakers have already told. There are many things that is been there available in our society, available under the government guidelines, but the thing is that there is a lack of awareness. People are not aware about the root. how they can approach that and how they can go and access their rights, or they can exercise their rights. That is the basic lack of awareness which actually is happening. So we as a woman, as we already know the theme of this year, so let's take this opportunity, and whatever we have with us, we can share with the woman and make them come to the same stage where we are currently, and we can make them aware about all that thing. Okay, so what is the basic idea of human right is that human right is, first of all, you can say each one of us can access the human rights. Okay, so irrespective of who we are, where we are born, it does not matter anything like that. Okay, so we all have same basic rights, we all have same basic freedom. Just we have to know the way, the path, and we know how we can exercise it. Okay, each one of us is already aware about the history, but yeah, again I would to just take a glimpse of it, that this is something declared, the Universal Declaration on Human Rights, that was on 10th of December 1948. Okay, so irrespective of all the legal, cultural backgrounds and all the regions of the world, they had done all the study, and based on that, this Universal Declaration of Human Rights has been formed. Now, in this, you can say every region, every aspect has been highlighted very well. Okay, so they know each and every country has their own rules, regulation. Based on that, they have analyzed everything and they have taken out certain articles. Okay, I will be going through that in the further slide. So this is how we celebrate International Human Rights Day on December 10th. So what I would like to address this quote is that to deny people their human rights is to challenge their very humanity. This is such a very simple but very powerful and effective quote, that if anyone is denying your human right, it is actually not denying your human right, it is denying the basic requirement which we call as humanity. And then you as a person need to really stand up for yourself, and you need to defend yourself. You need to ask them questions. You need to tell them, see, this is a basic thing which actually I have got from birth. So no one actually can go and deny this. Okay, so for that, again, lack of awareness, and due to that, then we go for lack of confidence. We are not able to fight for ourselves. That is the biggest drawback, which we need to at least start from today itself, practice today itself, take knowledge about it. We have so many sources, we have so many wonderful ladies available there. So I would also request sir and your NGO and this platform to share, you can share the you can say knowledge, not knowledge exactly, but yeah, the profile of all the wonderful ladies, wherein if any woman is getting stuck, they will be going to the respective lady or the woman, and they can get the knowledge from them. So this way we can actually go forward and practice this year's Women's Day theme. So this is the beauty which I actually found out when I was just reading about the human rights. So for the first time, the fundamental human rights were actually been translated to around 500 languages. So this itself, you can come to know how important a human rights is. Okay, this was not just done in a particular country and then they stop. It was something been actually translated to 500 languages, so that each and every country will go and they will start implementing it in their country, and each one should actually exactly know that what all rights they have, how they can go and access about it. So in simple terms, what I can say is, what is basically a human right is that human rights are the moral entitlement that every individual in the world possess simply in the virtue of the fact that he or she is human being. In a very simple term, it is something we are getting it by birth. So this is something, a moral entitlement given to us, not just because it is something written in somewhere in the book, but yeah, as a human being, I have basic rights, basic, you can say, uh, requirements, which exactly has to be given to me. Okay, so no one, no individual, no government can ever take away that from you. Okay, so you just should be rest aware about it ki yeah, this is what I have been already been granted, I need to just go and exercise it. So where do they come from? So very simple term, it is not just because I am a human being, that's why I am getting this human right. It is related with my moral and spirituality also. So it is comprising not just because I'm physically being a human, but yeah, morally, spiritually, I'm related with it. Okay. So I have that dignity. I have a right to live in dignity. I am worth being a human being with all the rights and all the, you can say, regulations which has been given by a government. I have a right to exercise that. So again, who has the human rights? So absolutely everyone. Now, as I was just focusing on women, but yeah, frankly speaking, this human rights, which has been already been declared and we celebrate it each year, it is absolutely for everyone. Everyone can go and practice it. So this is the major question which I go and ask. I actually go and take awareness camps in many areas. So I do go and ask them ki how many of us actually know about the human rights. Now many people do say yeah, I am aware about the human rights, but I am not aware. I have read somewhere and that is what I know, but I am not aware, because if I go and ask them ki go and approach some government authorities if you are not getting your right, they will never go. They're afraid of it. Why they're afraid? Because again, they are not aware, they're not knowing their right. That's why they're afraid. That is again against the principle, or you can say against the right, that is right to speech, right to express. So they are not practicing it. So just knowing the things is not important. You need to practice it. You need to exercise that rights and powers and duties which is you have been given. So here the survey which they have taken is 4 in 10 people admit that they know nothing or little about it. But what I have seen in the ground level, it is something out of 10, either 1 or 2 people are knowing, that too little bit. So it is a very grave situation, and really saddest part that people are exactly not knowing first of all, and few people who are knowing are not even aware how to exercise it. So we need to really work on it, and each one of you really need to go and fight for your right. Now it is a really time to fight for your right. Requesting and everything is really way beyond. We are already approached for 2024, and now it is you can say already a year past wherein we need to go and fight for our rights. So here are few articles, like from article 1 to article 30. Each and every article is showing how many rights or how many you can say fields you can go and fight for yourself. Okay, so many rights has been given to you. How many rights we are going and exercising it? Of course not. Very few. We go and say, yeah, I have right to freedom. When do we say, when someone is stopping us from doing something, then I say, no, I have a right to freedom. I have a right to freedom to share something or say something. But we know only basic thing. But what about the other things? They are very crucial, very serious enough. We need to take a look at it. Okay. So in basic way, I can say ki we are just aware about basic thing, right to education, then assembly, association, then movement, religion, then to speech, right to information, right to press, thought. These are the basic thing which is coming under what I basically know about it. But about the exercising part, of course, we are still not that much, very much confident enough, because we don't know exactly what that right comprise of, how I can go and exercise it. So here are the few pointers which I have taken out. This is defined under the women rights under constitution framework. So first is right to equality, which everyone is aware. Still, the saddest part is that in this 2024, right to equality is still not properly practiced. I have seen it practically, and very sad to say that still there are so much work to be done for this right to equality. But yeah, no one will come for fighting for your right. It is somewhere you need to stand for yourself. That is very important. Each and every time if I'm getting depend ki someone will come and fight for my right, of course it would not happen that way. Some people will guide you. Of course there can be a support for us sometime, but then you need to stand for yourself. You need to exercise it. You need to have a knowledge about it, how I can go about, for which officials I have to meet, for which government office I have to approach for that, how I can go about and you can say take the opportunity of it. Why I am been deprived? First of all, I need to take a knowledge about it. Why I have been deprived from that right? That I have to take a check on it, and I need to take a you can say actions about it. We are really afraid to take actions for that. We are thinking about the results. What will happen? What will happen if I go about it and then someone stops me or someone questions me? I go into the results first. Don't go into the results. First of all, go and find out the root cause. Once you get the root cause, automatically you will be coming to know, yeah, see, these are the basic thing which I have been given by birth. So no one exactly can stop me. And if they're stopping, I have to take some actions against it. I can't just sit and go and complaining or crying about or cribbing about it. Of course, it should not be done. We need to be firm enough for ourselves to stand up and take actions on it. Similarly, again, right against discrimination. This again, we all are knowing. Whatever is available in this presentation, we all are knowing about it, but practicing it, it's really not happening. Okay, so again, discrimination till now, like many of our respected speakers have already told about it, yeah, discrimination is still happening in this year also, in this era also. We are saying we are into AI, robotics, everything is available with us for a technical level if we go. But what about the basic criteria? As a human being, the basic criteria is compromised like anything. So we need to go and have a check about us, ki what as a human being I am doing or what has been deprived and how I can go about and take the power of it. Similarly, right to equal opportunity in public employment. This has also been seen in many organizations. Mostly we say corporate culture, it is the way it's happening. So it's not like that. You have, as a female, you have a equal opportunity because even you are qualified enough. If you feel ki, yeah, it is the post wherein I have been interviewed, I am qualified enough, so I can go and ask about ki why I have been sidelined and why a male candidate has been given a chance. Basic, there are, you can say, observations which I have seen, or the question, you can say the answer which is given by an employer that you are a female. So in a longer run, when we employ a female, there are so many problems which we get. She takes leave, then there are some medical issues happening with her. There are so many reasons which she give and takes the holiday, or she goes on leave. Now, if you see these reasons, this is not actually the viable reasons which they are giving. If I am qualified enough, I need to go and fight against that. I need to make them explain this is not just a part of leave or something. Nobody takes leave just for a time pass. It may be a certain serious issue, that's why it's happening. So at that time you need to be firm enough to go and explain them. You need to demand them ki why this discrimination is happening with me. Can you give me certain points? Only because just I'm woman and I may be taking leave in future, you're thinking based on that you're depriving me of this opportunity. You need to go and speak about it. Similarly, right to freedom of speech and expression. This is what, again, lacking, very much lacking actually, not even lacking, very much lacking. I actually go in this women empowerment. So I go and take many camps. I go and conduct many sessions for the, you can say, self-help groups that we call Bachat Gat. So when I go there and I simply tell them, ki, see, there are many schemes coming from the government to say to do some startups, okay, or maybe you can get some loans from the government. Just what you need to do, you need to go and approach them, you need to talk to the officer. Even if I say this thing, the ladies are getting afraid. They are saying, no, 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 I don't think so, they will shout at us, they will get angry on us. I don't know what type of thinking they are having about it. But this is the very saddest part, that the women are not knowing these all the schemes and funds are for women empowerment, which they have a right to ask, and they need to take that opportunity so that they can grow themselves in this field. Then right to work. Again, many cases I have seen that the woman, mostly I work with the housewives. So the major I have drawback, I have seen that many housewives wherein they are so much knowledgeable, so much qualified, but they sit at home. They say ki, no, I don't think so I would be able to do it. Why? Because once and in their family someone has said, no, you will not be able to do that, you will not be able, as I stay in Mumbai, so there is lots of traveling issues. We travel in train and it's too much rush, so you will not be able to handle that pressure, you will not be able to handle that crowd. This all things are already put up in her mind, and then she makes up her mind. One day she take a step, she actually goes to at least a station. When she approaches station, there itself she see the crowd, and then she said, no, I don't think so I will able to do. He was right, or my family was right. I don't know what exactly is stopping them. So that is where I exactly go and tell them ki you already are so much vulnerable, you are already doing so many activities at a time, being a mom. You, and the main part which I always tell the housewife, you don't even know that how best way you manage your time. The time management is such a biggest thing which they handle so beautifully. So she gets up in the morning, she wake up the entire family, make them available, you should make them ready so that they can go to their respective work for their you can say son or daughter. They make them ready, and then they take them to school, again bring back from the school. This entire things, and like again the cooking stuff is there, other stuff is there, she handles it so very well. Then what is the basic idea behind she's getting afraid for this? So again, for that, right to work is exactly what she go and practice for herself. Right to life and personal liberty, this has also been compromised a lot. So I would request each and every woman here, or of course, if you can forward this message to our social, wherever organizations you work, please forward this message to them ki of course they have given this right to liberty from by birth also, and from an international organization. Even our government has given so many you can say rights to us, wherein I can go and practice certain things. Okay, there are, as I said, there are so many schemes, so many workshops available now. As it is a digital world, everything is just available on your phone. If you want to go do any course, everything is available at your liberty. Okay, just you need to go and exercise it. Then right against exploitation, this is a very very major concern. Exploitation happens a lot, and I have seen it and I have experienced it also. So wherever I go, I have seen that basic one thing has been said ki why are you using your head? Like there was one case wherein I was doing some extra efforts for a particular project. So exactly the team leader who was there, he said ki I don't think so you should use your extra brains here. You are just paid for certain thing, you need to do that thing itself. Now this was a statement which, if you say, yeah, it is a very simple statement, but yeah, it is a very big statement wherein it becomes an eye opener for you. Like, how come any person would say this statement to you, that too so easily? So you need to see ki why exactly it happened, because when I was putting that extra effort, there was a you can say a big chance wherein I was going to get promoted as a team leader. That is the reason the person said ki no, don't use your brains. If you're using brain, it will be going against me. So this was the intention which I was not knowing. I was just going to a basic line ki okay fine, this is how he is treating his team member, which exactly I did oppose. When I did oppose, then I took a step ki no, there is something wherein I need to break my boundaries and go beyond the boundaries. If I have a talent, I have so many opportunities available there, then why I should get stuck with a particular thing only? Okay, and why this statement should stop me? It should never stop me. Okay, and that was the again one more turning point wherein I move to a different field, and I got to get the knowledge about it. Similarly, right to livelihood. Still now, as there are so many surveys happening, but yeah, I have seen women who are not even getting the basic necessities. Okay, still they're struggling for water, still they're struggling for food, still they're struggling for the basic amenities which has been given, like we say, food, clothing, shelter. Yeah, she is still compromising a lot. Okay, so she should know that this is something very important aspect and very basic aspect wherein she have a right. She can go and demand that from any government or local authorities, and she can ask for it, ki why this has not been provided to us. If there is any scheme under that, I have to go and opt for it, and I have to ask them what are the formalities, what are the things which I need to go and do about it. And similarly, I will be getting that chance. It is that which is very difficult task. They feel, yeah, initially it is difficult because you don't have knowledge, and it's not always that we are getting positive response. There are chances wherein we get negative responses, but still, if we are adamant enough, if we are saying ki no, I have to do it, you just tell me the way, I will do it. If you are very much firm with that, no one will exactly stop you for it. Okay, so right to freedom and speech, this has already been covered. This is very important point, that is the right to equal treatment before law. Very important thing. It is one of the most fundamental, that is every woman is equal before the law and entitled to the equal protection of law without discrimination. So every woman has a right to equal and effective protection against discrimination. Now, why I have highlighted this point, because I myself sometimes go to high court level, I visit the legal aid, I also go to district courts regarding to domestic violence and many such cases like that. I have always seen that woman is very afraid to approach a basic, you can say, authority, that is a police authority. So they feel that no, I am not capable enough because I don't have knowledge of law. I don't think so I can go and approach anyone. I am not eligible for any, you can say, what you can say the word, yeah, not eligible for something I would get from the court of justice. It is not like that. Everything as it is given under the universal human guidelines, you can say human rights, similarly it has been given under the Indian, you can say, law. Everything is available there, and there are so many law for the woman, but again they are not aware, so they are not able to exercise it. And if we go with a proper way, there are many methods. As I said, legal aid do give free advocates to the woman. Concerning that, they need to properly explain them ki what exactly is the matter, why they require the legal help. If they are there, even the counseling has been done first of all. Before giving the advocate, they do tell them ki yeah, please tell me what is your concern, and if we give a concern properly, then they do give us the advocate, and we can actually go to the court of law and we can take justice from it. But again, people are not even going to the local authorities there to fight for themselves. So going to court is a very biggest thing. But yeah, for here I would like to emphasize one thing. Yeah, any woman who is even a housewife or even not literate enough, she can approach court. She can go to the court of justice or court of law to take what exactly is given her as a human right. So now many people have already asked me this question, ki how you come to know ki your human rights are violated. I said there are so many examples available besides us, but yeah, specifically highlighting if there is one example of contaminating water. Okay, now again, this is something, this is compromising your right to health. So what you can do is you can exactly approach your local authorities, your municipal corporations, or if it is a gram panchayat, depending upon what local bodies is available there, you can always approach them. You can always put up a complaint. You can always tell them ki they would ask you what problem do you have, no one is coming up, why you are coming. You can always tell them ki see, this is what right to health. Because of this, the health has been compromised. My family is being affected. I am being affected as a citizen of India. So this is somewhere you need to take action. Similarly, evicting people by force from their home. This is also happening a lot time. So then they have the right to advocate housing. They are not even knowing about it. They are saying, no, these people are powerful. They can take us away from our home. It's not like that. If it is a legal enough, you can go and fight for it for them. Then denying services and information about health. Again, right to health. There are some cases wherein I have put up RTI, that is right to information, and have taken up some detail wherein the person who was responsible, the local body who was responsible for that particular scheme which needs to be run, the regular medical checkups and like that, but it was not happening. So when I put RTI, then again they gave me some normal information. They said, no, this is not coming under our jurisdiction or something like that. They gave these answers, but again I fought back. So this is what we need to continuously go and follow up. I know, I do understand that people do say it is what the same thing you're saying. I need to leave all my work and then I need to go and do all this thing. Why I should go? Whatever is happening in my life, I'm very much happy. But whatever you are thinking, you're happy, it's not happy. You're completely compromising it. So please stop compromising. This is something you have been given and you have a right to do that. You have a right to access it. Similarly, discrimination at work based on race, gender, sex. So these are the things which I was saying. Okay, most probably whenever there is any female employee, always there is a comparison between a male employee and a female employee. So there, at that time, a female employee should stand for herself, should tell them, please give me the difference. What is the basic difference you're talking about? If I am working so diligently, I'm working so hard and giving my performance at the best, what is the big deal between this male or female or something like that, whatever discrimination he may be doing? Then failing to provide maternity leave. Nowadays it has been done, that is a very great part, but still somewhere it has been affected a lot. So we need to know how. These are the very common examples which is there available in a society, which is happening nearby itself. So it is not something that going out of the world. Human rights, something is happening besides us and we know that this is not been followed. We need to go and take a track of it. Similarly, not paying a sufficient minimum wage. Again, it comes under right to work, that we are working very much, you can say based on the hours which has been calculated, but still we are underpaid for it. You can go and exactly ask for it. There is a labor court or many such courts available, or you can go, at least go to a boss level and you can ask them, or management level you can go. People are not even approaching the management level. They are afraid for that too, but they have a right to ask the question. Okay. Segregating student based on the disability. Again, right to education, that is compromised a lot. So this is a very beautiful quote which I saw. If you are right, stand up for yourself and your individuality. Never stop speaking the truth you know and see. This is what I am practicing daily and I am getting results. So that is why I love this quote, and I would really request everyone to share this, and if possible we can put it on a status, that this is so very true, that if I am right according to the law, constitution of India, if everything is correct, then I need to stand up for myself and me as an individual, me as a human being, and I should never stop speaking. Okay, I to never stop. I always, when I see injustice happening or somewhere, if someone's human right has been deprived, I go and exactly start talking about it. Ki what's happening? Why? What is the problem? Tell me the problem, and then we will talk about the solution. What is your position? I do ask the local bodies, what is your roles and responsibility? Are you aware about it? Be frank enough. It does not mean you can disrespect. Keep the respect, but in that respect, get some commanding voice in that. Okay, you should not be continuously in the requesting tone. You can tell them in first stage, yeah, if you are requesting is okay, but if the person is not listening to you, take a command of the thing. Okay, ask them, what exactly is this? What is the procedure? Why I'm not getting it? Okay, so you have that complete right. At least the basic right which you can do is the freedom to speech and expression, that too you can start practicing. Okay, so there are so many human rights organizations available nationally, internationally, local level. Maybe you people may be having around you. So please, if you feel something, it's a very serious issue, you can approach them. Sometimes they do give guidance also if there is such a big issue. Then okay, so never ever think, no, if we approach them, what will happen? You can approach them, you can always ask them, take their help in a very big matters. Okay, if you feel no, I'm not aware about it, you can take the knowledge from them. So 3 ways to fight for your human rights in your community. Very simple 3 ways. That is, first of all, get involved in the local area. This is the basic thing which we, even I say, like I reside in Thane. So for we in Mumbai or in Maharashtra, it's a big challenge to go at particular rural area because of traveling. It's too much. So we do tell them, first of all, you have a community or you can make a group at a local area. Okay, and this is how we can start supporting the small groups, and of course it will surely make a big change for the human rights across the world. Okay, so what are the basic 3 ways? First of all, you can join or start a local group. Already if there is a group available, you can be a part of it. If you feel you have that leadership quality, like our respected speaker have already discussed about it, we can take a leadership skill, we have the leadership skill, so we can take a step ahead and be leader. Sometimes what happen, I have noticed that many a times I go and give suggestions or I tell them, okay, see, we have to do this. They just wait and see, okay, fine, madam, are you going to do? Then we are following you. So there are many cases where people are expecting to be follower rather than being leader. It's fine enough. Take the initiative, be a leader. That also will give you so much knowledge if you're going into the leadership part. Okay. So if you are becoming a leader, then what you can do is you can create a group, you can perform certain activities if possible. Likely you can meet like-minded people, you can make a group like that only. And if possible, if you can physically meet or take conduct meetings, that's very good. If not, you can also use the online medium. It is a very powerful medium. Okay, you can connect in that way. Similarly, what will happen is that your issues, the common issues will get addressed, and that will go to a larger extent. Like normally government people or anyone which I have seen, they ask what is a problem, you are having problem as an individual, then please wait. But if a mass of people go there, then they take some time, but yeah, they do take action, because the pressure is built up on them that one person is coming and bunch of people are coming. Okay, so you can take that way ki the issue which I am facing, is it the same in your area or your area? You can take a survey for that. You can put up a question on that. And similarly, like-minded or like issue people will come together, and then that can be addressed on a larger scale. Okay. Similarly, you can organize public events and raise awareness. Then of course there can, and mostly people think that there are small group of thoughtful committed citizens can change the world. So this is the, I feel ki, yeah, okay, there are only small people or a group of people, what change they can make, but of course they can create a change. Okay, this is just a start of something. So never think what I will do. I being a I being a single human being can also create a major difference, which I have already shared. The achievement which I have got, that is just what I can say a result of what I was working in this. Then meet your politician. This is a very, very important second step which you can take. You can meet your politician. They are very well available in your localities, your areas. You can go according to the hierarchy, but please meet them, because they are the people being appointed which raises the issue in the parliament, or you can say the particular constituency, and the issues can be addressed in that way because they are the representatives. Okay, so but for that we need to go to them and highlight that issue. If you feel, you can take a group of people with you, or you can sign a petition, or you can say you can simply give a letter with the common aspect which is happening, and that needs to be highlighted there to the government or to the particular local body. You can take that step. For that, what happens, that people first of all get nervous for meeting. Okay, so you need not to get nervous because this international human rights has given you that power. Okay, and every government and every politician knows that. They know that and they respect that. Just that the people need to approach them in a proper manner. So if you're writing letter, if not, then you can also start with the email. Then what you can do is the issues. What is the issue? You need to be writing in a brief. Don't write an entire story. Please write in a short and sweet email. In that, you need to highlight the basic point which you're expecting them and wherein you feel this human rights has been compromised. Hello.
Ma'am, we are running out of time. You have already exceeded your 30 minutes. It's almost 40 plus minutes. Kindly complete in another.
Okay, fine, just done. Okay, so this way you can write an email, and third, you can just organize some stunt. Stunt is nothing like a big thing. Yeah, what you can do is you can allocate few people around you. You can address this issue to the media. Okay, you can go about that. You can contact some media person or the local bodies available there, and you can address your issue there. Okay, so there are many cases when government is directly violating your human rights. So here you need to be aware that if the government is violating, you still have many mediums wherein you can go about and you can say demand the answer for them. And again, for that, the basic steps which we have. So how we can defend that? First of all, as I said, first of all, you can go and write a letter, or if you have a very good contact with the press media, you can express it, or you can take the local NGOs help. Local organizations are there who are fighting for the human rights for you. You can go and have a word with them. If you have a very well contact, you can also speak to a lawyer if your human rights are compromised at a very higher extent. Okay, so make sure that your government knows what action you are taking and make them realize that you are not going to give up. Okay, you need to follow up and you need to show them that this is what is my right which has been compromised and you to give it. Okay, and finally, then if you are going to court, then of course, and here I would like to share just within a minute that I myself have approached the Maharashtra State Human Rights and I have won a case against it. So it was a really great experience there. So human rights courts do give justice. So me being a female without any support as an individual, I had approached the court and I have got a justice from them. I have got a order which is in a favor of me for one case. So this is really a great achievement which I have got being a single individual. I had no advocate, no one available, but I have got through it. Okay. So conclusion, this is what I want to say, ki only when women and girl have full access to their right and equal pay, land ownership or sexual rights, free from violence, access to education, maternal health, this is what is truly equality exists. And when the women have taken leadership, peacemaking, and have an equal political voice, when this will what? When the economics and the country will be transformed. So all the women and the girls, please, you need to have self-determination. Once you have self-determination, as you know your right, surely you can go and practice your human rights. So thank you all of you, and really sorry I took a lot of time. Thank you so much, Mr. Ravindra, and really happy to share this knowledge with all of you on this wonderful occasion of Women's Day. So again, happy International Women's Day to all of you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am, for your detailed and comprehensive session on human rights. In fact, we all are always in our comfort zone, what we understood from all the speakers. We have a lot of resources, lot of learned persons. We have seen very senior, experienced, and people also in a very good position who can help and extend their support. But we are not doing to that extent. We are always in our comfort zone. Either, we are limited by our resources or we are limited by various things. I need, maybe on this day, of course, we are doing it every day. Even when we started these sessions, especially, Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, the call of our Honorable Prime Minister, we started the India's largest and the widest series, where from that day, we are daily running the sessions without any fail. Mostly recently, we missed few sessions, but almost every day, we are having session from 6 to 8, and the Zoom ID and password is same since then. And this opportunity is open for everyone. There is, no restriction. Anyone, we have speakers who are very senior emeritus professors from various universities, and also a speaker who is a practitioner in the community. So opportunities are there, but we are not utilizing opportunities. Even my experience, since I have been conducting so many programs, academic programs, I'm an academician, I'm a practitioner. I have been seeing so many platforms, and I have been on various platforms, and I myself, part of many platforms and forums. We see the major, hindrance or major challenge we ourselves are facing is we are not moving out of our comfort zone. We need to break out of this. Then only we will achieve something. See, till now we were not able to achieve, as you rightly pointed out, is because we are always, every one of us are in comfort zones. We have not achieved because we are still in comfort zone. When we will be able to achieve, which we have not yet achieved till now, is only when we go out of our comfort zone. Then we will be able to reach masses. Today, we are earlier speakers also has spoken about courts, laws, but forget about women. How many men are comfortable to go to police station? How many men are comfortable to go to courts? So this kind of, stigma or fear or a kind of phobia which is established towards our legal systems needs to be, removed gradually. I mean, sensitization or desensitization, wherever, whatever is required, that needs to be done by whom? Again, government will not come and do. They have their own limitations. They are in their own comfort zones. And we are the ones who really work in the community. We are the ones who are training. We are the ones who are teaching. We are guiding. We are mentoring. I think we need to extend. See, there is a common saying, only the trees that bear the fruits and flowers are hit. Because the other trees, they are not bothered. No one is bothered. Now, whose responsibility is that? That is our responsibility. Who is doing something, they only have to bear the responsibility. Those who are doing nothing, they will never take responsibility. They will keep blaming only. So, we are doing some work, and it is our responsibility to expand ourselves out of our comfort zones so that we can achieve a little bit more. Of course, out of 8 billion population, we cannot reach 8 billion population. If everyone say, like there are common slogans we use every day and we are spending crores and crores of rupees, smoking is dangerous to health. If everyone could have followed on the very first day when they heard smoking is injurious to health, we need not spend so many crores and crores of rupees in advertisements. And we don't need this huge infrastructure on cancer hospitals and vaccines and medicines. But it's not so in reality. Like alcohol drinking is injurious to health. How much we are spending in rehabilitation, de-addiction. It's not so easy. How much United Nations is spending on, sustainable development goals, millennium development goals. But it's not so in reality. Like preaching and practicing are both different. As we have seen from all the speakers from start of the session, we have a lot of things, but no one is taking it. No one is, exercising it. Because first thing, as everyone is rightly pointed out, lack of awareness, lack of education. Even if they are aware, they are afraid, what might be the consequences. Because not system is also not always supportive, because lack of information. Again, we don't know who is what exactly, what one can do, including ourselves. What are our powers? What are our limitations? As you rightly pointed out, so I request you on this platform we have a lot of opportunities. You can also invite your colleagues. You also can join daily or whenever it is feasible for you. We can organize as many awareness programs as possible. Uh, as of now, we can offer our online services. This platform is open, free for everyone. So we invite you to be active presenter and participant in upcoming sessions, so that we can create more awareness, whatever we can on this platform. So that would be a very good opportunity. And we would like to congratulate you that you have been promoted to national level, position.
Thank you.
So that is a very good news that you have been personally empowered on this
Yeah.
Women's Day. So we are also happy that you have joined a platform after receiving the message. We got blessings from the Almighty that that is a good thing for everyone, all of us. In fact, we are getting empowered by sharing knowledge, information, and everyone is rightly contributing. So thank you once again. We wish you all the success, and we wish you happy International Women's Day and also happy Shivaratri to you and your family. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you, everyone.
So we'll move on to our next session. So let me check the next message. So Mr. Sama Nayak. Kindly restrict to the time you have mentioned. We have a lot of opportunities. Don't think that this is the only opportunity you have. Daily we have sessions going on, and we can also organize, like if there is a good panel, if we have any topics, like we do commemorate daily, we do lot of commemorations of UN days, world days, international days. So every day is an opportunity. 365 days, we have opportunity, and every day we have this platform open. So you can join. If you want to share anything, you can contact us. We are always available. We have a dedicated website also, and the joining link is also same every day. So no need to worry about that. So you can let us know the topics you would like to share, and we will accordingly make all the arrangements. And let's break the barriers and our comfort zone and try to disseminate as much as information as possible. So we will take up our next speaker. Sama Nayak, if you are available, you can raise your hand. Yeah. So you can now unmute yourself, start your video.
Sir.
So we have with us Mr. Sama Nayak,
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
from Department of English, College of Arts and Commerce, ANU,
Sir.
Guntur.
Yes, sir.
He would be presenting on prominent of women employment leading political parties for Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, over to you, sir. You can
Yes, sir.
start your
Thank
video.
you. Yes, sir. One minute, sir. I will open you, sir, my slide. Yes, sir. One minute, sir.
So next speaker.
Sir. I am ready, sir. Just now the file will be opened, sir.
Okay, okay.
Yes, sir. 2 minutes, sir.
All the presenters, be ready with your presentations, and also when you are sharing your details, kindly share the duration of your presentation also along with all the details. And the next presenter would be Mr. Pradeep. Kindly be ready. After this presentation, we will invite you.
Yes, sir. And now the visible, sir, all of us.
Yeah,
All delegates, yes, sir.
Yeah, your files are visible. You can open your PPT.
Yes, sir. PPT also opened, sir.
But we are seeing a different screen. I think you need to share different window.
Sir.
You can stop sharing and again you share. You select the window where the PPT is open.
Yes, sir.
Or from here also you can open directly PPT. You can double click on it.
Where, sir? Where to double click, sir?
You can share the screen once again.
Yes, sir.
You can select the PPT and open it.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Now visible, sir.
We can't see your.
Now, sir.
Now it's.
Now, sir.
Yeah, it's coming. I think some network issue.
Yes, sir. Now, sir.
Now it's visible. Please continue.
Sir, thank you very much, sir. All delegates today, sir, arranged I think one debate, the International International Women's Day. Now that today my topic on prominence of women's employment leading in political parties for the Lok Sabha, Rajya Sabha. Now especially for Andhra Pradesh, sir. So myself or Sama Naik, MA, MPhil. I am in Venkatampalli Peddadanda, Vajrakurur Mandalam, sir. Present, I am the group competitor in Vishishtha Circle, Anantapuram, sir, in Andhra Pradesh. Now the women, the role in family member, the great grandmother, along with great aunt and great mother and great mother-in-law and sister and husband, brother-in-law and niece, son-in-law and daughter, daughter-in-law, along with the daughter is great and granddaughter. This is the role on the present scenario for this the male role in female feminist role, sir. Now the is origin of 1900 Middle English. The woman, women is the old English equivalent or female. This is the meaning, sir. The employment being a employed. Leading means a coming to advise to other. The first chief and the principal of most the important for most. Sir, Kevra not given permission, sir. Hello. Now the here. Now the here the citizen related concern with the political parties. Now the priority is a priorities of the noun is a plural association gathering of invited the guest at the private home or conversation to refreshment of the entertainment to etc. Now the here another side their importance, sir. The family member where to the taken in the women. Now the especially for Indo-Aryan speaking region, there the subordinate of the continued the ratified their Indians early modern period. The practices female or infanticides the dowry child marriage and the tobacco the widow remarriages we have to along the duration in the India, and we have to provide the difficulty route out of the especially in the caste of Hindu society and northern India, sir. Now the here women the informal traffic prevention there are acts, sir. So many acts that are there for the especially for women, sir. Now the first one is the Human Immorality Traffic Prevention Act 1956, the Domestic Violence Act in India 2005, along with the Special Marriage Act 1954, the Registration of Marriage Act, now along with the Property Section 125 Code of Criminal Procedure, the Common Maternal Property Act, the Women and Criminal Laws and Rape, the Sexual Assault, along with the acid attacks, the women conflict, the Female Infanticide, the Prevention Act 1870, the Age of Consent Act 1891, the human rights under the Constitution of India, the mainly included equality, dignity, freedom, the for the discrimination. Additionally to India has the various statutes government the right of the women of 2018. Now the here Indian Penal Code, the Christian Marriage Act, along with the Indian Evidence Act, along with Marriage Women Poverty Act, along with Women Composition Act, along with the Indian Succession Act, the Immorality Traffic Prevention, along with the Dowry Provision Act, the Commission for Sati Prevention Act, the Stenography Act, the British Death and Marriage and Registration Act, the Minimum Wages Act, the Prevention of Child from Sexual Offences Act 2012, the Child Marriage Resistance, the Muslim Personal Laws, Sati applications. Now the here the everything the Special Marriage Act, Hindu Marriage Act, there are foreign marriage, the Hindu Succession Marriage, Family Codes, the Maternity Benefits, the Hindu Adopted Maintenance Act. They have code to criminal to proceed in 1973, the National Commission for Women in 1990, the pre-conception and the pre-national diagnostic, the technical prevention of the sex selection act, the protection of women, the domestic violence act 2005, they modified the sexual harassment of women's workplace, the prevention redressal act 2013, Indian divorce act, the equal remuneration act, Hindu widow marriage act along with 1856 world, the Muslim protection of right divorce act 1986. Now the here the ladies here the women's day special we collected some in Andhra Pradesh there are female person in Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha, their reservation system we gather, sir. Now first one is Saraswati Devi, Srimati Gali Saraswati Devi is of TDP Telugu Desam party, sir. Now the second one is the I think madam not visible, sir, at the long screen. Now another one I think another lady also for this political party of TDP. Now here the Vaila Potuluri Sunita is MLC candidate of TDP, sir. No, TDP, sir. Now the here the name also not visible, sir. The long PPT. Now the along with him also she also lead MLA, sir. Along with sorry Kalavati Viswasara Palakonda is a Palakonda MLA, sir. Along with he is a deputy chief minister of Andhra Pradesh, along with the tribal minister Srimati Puspa Srivani garu, sir. Along with his, I think we are not visible, sir. Name not visible. I think Kotagandli Bhagyalakshmi. Now, along with Adi Reddy Bhavani, sir, is a very young leader. Along with Nagalpalli Dhanlakshmi is a male, sir. Along with Tanite Vanita, he is a now the running chief minister, sir. Some various department. I think department is recently allotted another department. Now, along with Sri Devi, Undavelli Sri Devi is a famous leader, sir. Along with in the former Home Minister Meghatota Suchitra garu, sir. Along with the Health Minister, now Health Minister Vidala Rajani, Srimati Vidal Rajani garu. Along with Sri Devi, now the Women Chairperson, sir. Now the yesterday, the celebrated Women's Day, the Madam taken the President charge at the time. Along with Jonnalgada Padmavati near in Anantapur district, I think is a MLA, sir. Along with Ushishi Charan MLC, sir, in Orakonda constituency. Along with Sir Roja, sir. RK Roja is a famous leader and scenography young person, sir. Along with the successive women in 2006, sir. Along with the Lalita Gupta in the Kalpana, along with ICICI Bank chairmen in 2006 CEO, there are female ladies. Along with the leading political parties in Lok Sabha, Rajya Sabha ladies, their brief information, sir. Along with the reservation system. Now the here women reservation according to Gram Panchayat or women in India in Andhra Pradesh 33.446%, sir. Along with Assam 14.29%. Along with Bihar 50%, sir. Chhattisgarh 54%, sir. Along with Goa 32%, sir. In Gujarat 33%, sir. In Haryana 36.50%. In Himachal Pradesh 50.11%, sir. In Jammu Kashmir there are 3.4%, sir. In Jharkhand 00%, there is no women, sir. And now Jharkhand, sorry, 58.6%, sir. Karnataka 43.62%, sir. In Kerala 51.8%, sir. In Madhya Pradesh 50.47%. In Maharashtra 49.93%, sir. In Odisha now the 4.46% for women, sir. In Punjab 33.49%, sir. In Rajasthan 50.00%, sir. In Punjab 34.99%, sir. In Rajasthan 50%, sir. In Tamil Nadu 35%, sir. In Tripura 36.01%, sir. In Uttar Pradesh, sorry, Tamil Nadu 35%, sir. In Tripura 36.01%, sir. Uttar Pradesh 39.99%, sir. Uttarakhand 7.1%, sir. There are in Sitama Lakshmi garu is Tota Sri Lakshmi garu member of Rajya Sabha leader, women member. There are total members in 25, 239 as a Thursday in 2003 and report, sir. Along with the women, sir. Saileja Kumari garu, along with Sen Dola garu, Ambika garu, along with Vinsuk, along with Vipliu, along with Simatra Bhai, along with Chaya, along with Satyarath, Vijela Satyalanath, along with Dr. Amina. These are all member of parliament, sir. Along with Andhra Pradesh, now the leading political party, there are 4 movements, sir. The one is Chintala Anuradha garu is Amalapuram, sir. KV Satyavati garu Anakapalli, sir. Now Godeti Madhavi garu Araku, sir. Along with Geeta Viswanathan in Kakinada. There are famous persons now the leading the political party for women, sir. Now the next place there are statewide, sir. The women's list, sir. For especially International Women's Day special we gather, sir. Now along with the West Bengal, all state will be covered, sir. Now the women in Lok Sabha are the following 113 pages in the category of 113 total. The list may be reflected the recent percentage, sir. Their women's list, sir. Along with Their conclusions are we will discuss. Today we gathered up the today commemoration day on International Women's Day. They're important now. The leading panel, those are the serving for the poor family. Always what you to the government scheme will be released in the under poorest level will be the announced who are the eligible. They release the direct beneficiary system for the payment. They are struggling who are the poor people, the one step of develop point of view, they're struggling always for the especially for women candidates. Now gender equality is equity, the walk from the life the becoming the integral part of the political mobilization of India. The women is 5% initial stage of the participation of women legislature. The law gradually the number of increases. State will be memorized in of Nagaland, Mizoram. The women will be important possibility of the chief minister of the state. For example, Suchitra Kurpurani garu, Sasikala, Kodakar, Nandini, Satya Rai, and Jayalalitha garu become the chief minister of Uttar Pradesh, Goa, Odisha, Tamil Nadu. There are main role the facing in the state of those states, sir, especially for women. Now the all government in the parliament or assembly they proposed must and should the man who have equal rights 50 to 50 reservation we need. There are so many women freedom fighters they have struggling, sir. The reservation is need. The all occasions now the especially for the Women's Day, all our ladies are talked. All ladies are talked. We need 50% reservation. They propose to struggling, sir. The tribute the unparliamentarian and significant role their male countries in the parliament state and legislation movements along with pioneer of various social and legislation with the important and the structural aspect of the Indian society, sir. This is for this brief conclusion. There are references, sir. This is the Parliament House, along with they struggling, sir, for 50% reservation point of view, sir. Along with the happiest moment, the happiest moment on this, they reach the government schemes on those government of Andhra Pradesh, sir. Along with the labor, sir, the women labor in various state, especially for Rajasthan, sir. Now the sex workers, their right point of view, they're struggling, sir. The given opportunity. Thank you very much, sir. We show you the women special day some videos, sir, especially for their role on women, the female roles, sir. I think now here,
Sir,
sir,
because
yes,
of
sir.
paucity of time,
Yes, sir. Last one only, sir. Now here one song, sir. I think in Nagarjuna, they're important, sir. The female important song, those songs, sir.
no, actually we are running out of time. So
Yes, sir.
what we
Yes,
can
sir.
do is, this is not the only day.
Yes, sir.
Daily
Yes.
events are happening.
Yes,
You
sir.
can join any another day. You can inform me. On that day also,
Yes.
we will take this topic in detail. You can also present once again. You can
Yes,
modify,
sir.
you can add
Yes,
more
sir.
content, and we will give you 1 hour, 2 hours, whatever time you want.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And now the village level, sir. Now the I think I opened you, sir. 1 minute, sir.
We will take it up another time because other speakers are also waiting.
Okay, sir.
And this is Women's Day. We need to give them time.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, sir. Given opportunity, sir. Now the last word song I play you, sir. The loading, sir. I think added file.
Or you can
We
share
select.
in the chat box. We'll
Okay,
play.
sir. Okay,
Other,
sure, sir. Yes,
or
sir.
you can
Thank you.
say at the end of the program, now we can play.
Okay.
No problem.
Okay, sure, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you,
Okay.
sir, given this opportunity to all delegates. The playing, sir.
Okay, thank you,
Thank
Mr. Samaji, for your insightful presentation. We wish you all the success, and you can always contact us. We'll provide you opportunity on some other time so that you can present your topic in detail. And thank you once again. We wish you all the success, and we wish you Maha Shivaratri and also Happy International Women's Day to you and your family. So we'll move on to our next presenter. We have Mr. Pradeep. Pradeep, are you there? Yeah, we have with us Mr. Pradeep. He's from Citizens for Animals. He would be presenting on role of women in animal welfare. Pradeep, you can unmute yourself, start your video and presentation. And the presenters who are willing to present, kindly share your details in the chat box so that we can invite you. And the next presenter after Pradeep would be BBV Shailaja. Are you there, ma'am? You can raise your hand. We have called you 2-3 times. You have not responded. And Jaya Mukherjee. Jaya Mukherjee, are you available? Okay. Shivarushan, are you available? Can raise your hand if you are available. Okay. Then Dilumi Medani, are you available? Dilumi Medani, kindly wait for your turn because this is we have issued this notification in a very short time and we got a very good response. And because of very short time, and you also registered at the last moment, so we all need to cooperate with each other so that we can support each other. So kindly, whenever you are sharing, kindly be patient and wait for your time and be available on the platform. Otherwise, you know, you will only lose the opportunity. This is a wonderful opportunity. And those who are not able to present today, they can contact me any day. Daily we are having sessions from 6 to 8. You can use the same credentials to join. You can let us know in advance. We can prepare a flyer and give it to you. You can also circulate. And we can have presentations year long. So we have been running as part of Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav series. So don't think that this is the only day. This platform is open 365 days, 7 days a week. So no need to worry. So whoever is there, we will take it up. So next, I think Pradeep is not there. So we'll go to next message. Amrapali Bose, are you available? You can raise your hand if you are available. Amrapali Bose. Okay. Then Aksha Shetty. Are you there? Aksha Shetty. Okay. So next, Tay Van Rowe. Okay, we have with us Tay Van Rowe. She is educator and she would be presenting on Say No, Unity to End Violence Against Women. So you can start your video and audio and presentation. You have 2 IDs. Which one you would like to use? Can unmute yourself. I have given permission to both the IDs.
Okay. Can you hear from my side?
Yes, yes. You can also start your video.
Okay, hold on. Let me share my screen. Okay. Yep. So I will start. This will be the quick one.
You are from which country?
Malaysia.
Okay. Welcome and happy International Women's Day to you.
Yeah, thank
Please
you.
go ahead with your presentation.
Okay, so I will be presenting about the International Women's Day. So first of all, would like to celebrate to all, which is a happy Maha Shivaratri. Okay, so my topic today is say no unity to end violence against women. And yeah, so why must we eliminate violence against women? Because it's actually related to a lot of several factors like psychological abuse, physical abuse, sexual harassment, sexual violence, women trafficking, and forced marriage. So what is the possible solutions that we can actually like execute it? Like for example, to stop violence against women and girls is like having a 16 days of activisms against gender-based violence, and as well as say no to discrimination. And another thing is like we can actually like to get together, united together, and we actually like help among each other. Like for example, women having difficulties, so we actually like support each others as a love and caring. And also as well as that we will need to raise up voice up, and do not like try to hide or silence yourself. Is like try to raise up what is your encounter, what have you gone through, experienced through. And as well as like we have like, if we actually encounter something that which is actually like any protections, we can actually seek for law enforcement, which is like a police officer, lawyer, etc., to protect ourselves. And also we can actually learn some physical protections, like for example karate and then taekwondo. Yeah, so that's all for my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you for your
Yeah.
quick and short presentation.
Yes.
Uh,
Main point. I just mentioned the main point. Yeah.
yeah. So how do you see, because you are from a different country, we would like to quickly understand. How do you see, the kind of inclusion when compared to rest of the world in your country? Can you just briefly talk about it in a minute or two?
I'm not so sure about others, but my personal point of view, I'm actually like because I actually wanted to mingle around with different culture and understand different background culture. So this is, I usually, for inclusion part, I'm not so sure about others, but for inclusion parts, I will prefer that kind of united. It's like I'm more on justice. Yeah, instead of like racial or diversity. So I'm more into like inclusions and then more into like unity, more into a fairness in law. Yeah. This is just my point of view, but different mankind, they have actually different point of view.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, welcome.
Thank you for joining us on this wonderful occasion, and happy International Women's to you and all your fellow members in the country.
Yeah,
and also happy Maha Shivaratri. May God bless you.
Yep.
We wish you all the success. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thanks.
So we will move on to our next session. So the next resource person, Samana Shilpa, are you there? You can raise your hand. Samana Shilpa. Okay, anyone whose name hasn't appeared yet or has been called yet? If anyone is interested, you can raise your hand. We will allow you. Yeah, just a second. Yeah, so we have with us Professor B.B.B. Shailaja from Chemistry Department, Visakhapatnam. You have not shared your topic, ma'am.
Sir, just I will talk only, sir. So first of all, I would like to express sorry for the inconvenience as I am unable to respond due to
It's okay,
technical.
ma'am. Please continue.
So at the outset, my heartfelt greetings to the participants on the occasion of this Women's Day and Shivaratri as well. So we are celebrating this International Women's Day today. So it is an honor for the achievement of women to recognize their contributions every facet of society and to affirm our commitment to gender equality. So woman is the most powerful and beautiful creation of God. So if we educate a man, we educate an individual, but if we educate a woman, we educate the entire nation. That is the power of woman. So education will bring a significant change in the society. So somebody rightly pointed out and emphasized the education and as well as awareness. So awareness also will make a change. And I would like to add one more point to empower women, that is working together. If we come together, it is the beginning. If we keeping together is the progress and working together is the success. So this type of platform will make us coming together. And if we work together, if we continue to work together, certainly it will make a lot of change in the empowerment of women. So thanks for the organizers for creating such a wonderful platform to bring all the women together. So in 21st century, women are no longer dependent on men. So they are independent and self-confident in every aspect. and they are able to, they are capable of doing everything equal to men. So we need to respect each other as well as a woman. We need to respect each other, and not only for the gender but for our own identity. So there are, of course, we have achieved many things, but still there are people, particularly women from rural areas, they are still facing problems. So we need to bring awareness, and we need to extend our helping hands to them also to achieve gender equality as well as women empowerment. With this, I conclude. Thank you, sir. Thank you for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you, ma'am, for the brief, very short talk. We wish you all the success, and we wish you happy Shivaratri and International Women's Day to you and your family members. We wish you all the success and look forward for more sessions from you in future as well.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. So we will move on to our next speaker. So admin, you have raised your hand, your name. Can you share your details in chat box? We request all the presenters and participants to appropriately name your rename your participant ID so that we can recognize, and it is also helpful in mapping your attendance so that your certificates can be issued. There are many participants registered, 300 plus, but hardly we have 70 plus joined. So request everyone to appropriately rename. If you are not able to rename, you can just text your name to host so that we can help you in renaming. And those who are available, you can make presentations. Yeah, admin, kindly share your details in chat box. Would you like to make any presentation? Along with your topic, you need to share your topic along with your name, designation, and place from where you are. For issuing certificates, we need all the details. Kindly register yourself. If you have registered only as a participant, no need to worry. You can make a presentation now, and after presentation, you can register again as presenter and mention your topic. Then only we'll be able to issue certificates. So we encourage everyone on the platform. You can talk 1 or 2 minutes. Use this opportunity. Yeah, admin, can you share your details in chat box? See, kindly respond when we call. Okay, any others would like to present? Christina?
Hello.
Yeah, who is this?
Hello, sir. This is Shurobhi Roy. I think by mistake it has been named as admin here.
No, while logging in, we have to rename ourselves properly.
Yes,
So,
sir. I'm extremely sorry for that. Sir, actually, I have shared my pre-recorded video already. If you allow me, then I can play that.
Okay.
I can share the screen.
Yeah, just a second. You can put your name and topic in chat box.
The chat box also I'm unable to find. I have written the name there, my name and everything, but after that it is not appearing on the screen. So, sir, I will do it again, or I will. And I have already registered myself there. So you
No,
can.
actually, see, the procedure is registration is done, but that's a very short notice, right? Many
Yes, sir.
people
I'm not able
register.
to find that chat box here. I don't know
It's
for
okay.
what reason.
It's okay. Okay. You can start. You can start
Okay,
playing
okay,
your
sir.
pre-recorded. We have
Okay,
given
sir.
you permissions.
Okay, sir. Okay.
In the meanwhile, other presenters who are willing to present, kindly share your topic and your details in chat box to host so that we can invite you. So the next speaker would be Christina, and then Virendra Kumarji, and then rest whoever is there. Kindly be ready.
My name is Shurobhi Roy, and I'm a faculty in the Department of Economics, Hirumbo Chandra College, Kolkata. First of all, I would like to extend my thanks to all the organizers for giving me this opportunity of presenting my paper today in this auspicious occasion of International Women's Day. Thank you so much. The title of my presentation is Detrimental Impact of Gender Inequality upon Economic Growth and Empirical Analysis and the Post-COVID-19 Scenario. Introduction. Throughout the world, gender inequality has always been a cause of concern for development of any country. Gender inequality hinders the development and economic growth. Gender equality, on the other hand, stimulates the economic growth. Gender inequality and its impact upon the economic growth has always been an important topic of research for economists for many years. Existing literature suggests that gender inequality hinders development. We can include the example given by the work of Stephen Clausen in 2000. He found that gender inequality in education has a direct impact on economic growth through reducing the average quality of human capital. Reshmi Umesh Aro Reinhardt study used access to education and health as the indicator of gender inequality and the state level openness in different states in India, and shown that at the subnational level in India, higher per capita income is associated with lower gender inequality. Kevinimi M in her paper identified that women still have few career opportunities and on average have wages less than that of men. Jayashree Shengupta in her paper found that India has slipped backward in gender gap index, which is calculated in 4 dimensions like health, education, economy, and politics. With this background, my paper includes the following objectives of study: to analyze how gender inequality affects the economic growth, to make an analysis of gender inequality in India compared to the neighboring countries and some developed countries of the world in some relevant gender-related variable like gender inequality index, maternal mortality rate, adolescent birth rates, share of seats in parliament, percentage of female population with at least some secondary education, female labor force participation rate. And also to present an empirical analysis of how sex ratio at birth, infant mortality rate, female enrollment in secondary education affects the economic growth in India, and to analyze the impact of COVID-19 pandemic upon the gender inequality in India, especially in the employment or the labor market. The data source and methodology have included the secondary data for statistical analysis and presentation and obtained from the sources like World Development Indicator, World Bank, Gender Inequality Index data of Human Development Reports, UNDP. And the variables which are included for the study are gender inequality index, maternal mortality ratio, adolescent birth rate, share of seats in parliament, percentage held by women, population with at least some secondary education, labor force participation rate, GDP, sex ratio at birth, infant mortality rate, and school enrollment in the secondary education of female. I have analyzed the trend in the gender related variables, like as far as gender inequality index of 2021 in India is concerned, the performance of India and its neighboring countries have not been up to the mark when we are comparing the situation with the performance of developed countries. Now, if we consider the case of the situation of maternal mortality ratio reduction, we find that India has performed well in 2017 compared to the neighboring countries, excepting China and Vietnam. But when we compare with some developed countries, we find that India is much lagging far behind the other countries in reduction of MMR. In case of reduction of adolescent birth rate in 2021, we find that India's performance has been better compared to the neighboring countries, but it is remaining much higher when we compare with some developed countries of the world. Here, again, in comparison to the developed countries, in India's performance is not up to the mark. Now, we analyze the share percentage held by women of the seats in parliament of India and the neighboring and the developed countries. We find that India's performance has been far from satisfactory compared to the neighboring countries as well as some developed countries of the world. Trend in population with at least some secondary education, 25% percentages 25 and older female, shows that as far as percentage of female population with secondary education concerned, even some neighboring countries like Vietnam, China, Bangladesh has performed better compared to India. Performance of developed countries has also been much better compared to India. Female labor force participation rate, that is, which is an important parameter, for India has been much lower compared to the other countries of the world and even to the neighboring countries of India. Now, to investigate association between the gender inequality index and the impact on GDP, we can present a scatter diagram, and this scatter diagram is showing the negative association between the two relevant variables, which shows that if GDP increases, the GII will fall, or if GII gender inequality increases, GDP will fall. To test this empirically, we consider the hypothesis that gender inequality does not affect GDP, which is to be tested against gender inequality affects GDP. For this, I have carried out a regression analysis and the result has been presented here. Using Stata, the regression results here confirm that the log values I have taken into consideration for the relevant variables, and here the results show that the gender inequality index has a negative, which is statistically significant impact upon the GDP. So gender inequality lowers the GDP and gender equality increases GDP. And other variables like sex ratio at birth has a positive association or impact upon GDP. Infant mortality rate has a negative impact upon GDP, and the secondary education enrollment of female has a positive impact upon increasing the GDP. Regression results indicate that the gender inequality reduces the GDP as shown by the negative coefficient, which is statistically significant. So this reaffirms the assumption and proves that gender inequality hinders economic growth. The next section, I have discussed the impact of COVID-19 pandemic upon the gender inequality, especially in the employment sector, the gender inequality in employment. The devastating pandemic has resulted in loss of employment for women, with majority of insecure or informal and lower paying jobs. Across the world, women earn less, save less, hold less secure jobs, generally employed in the informal sector only. Economic inequalities faced by women get aggravated by the COVID-19 pandemic with disproportionate negative effect on women and their employment opportunities. The trend in LFPR in percent in urban areas for the persons of ages 15 years and above all India show that between the period January-March 2020 to January-March 2022, during this pandemic period, the labor force participation rate for both male and female has fallen, and there has been a drastic fall in female labor force participation rate. And the recovery has also not been gender neutral. It has been slower for female compared to the male. Again, we consider the worker population ratio between the same period, and there also we find that it has fallen much between January-March 20 to January-March 2022, fallen more for women compared to their male counterparts. And unemployment rate has also reduced very marginally during the period, whereas it has reduced for male at a high percentage level. The reduction has been much slower when we were approaching the recovery after the pandemic. So all these highlight the fact that the COVID-19 has rather widened the gender inequality in the employment sector. So what should be the recommendations? The measures to reduce MMR, it is essential to improve and establish healthcare infrastructure in village and remote area to reduce MMR significantly in India. Adolescent birth rate, there is a need to improve awareness about women and the child rights, encouragement to education of young women awareness regarding use benefit of contraceptives to reduce adolescent birth rate, end of child and early marriage, increasing the share of seats in parliament, and for that social institution transformation can be effective by including more women into politics, which means improved educational opportunity for women, financial freedom, stability. Increasing the percentage of female population with at least some secondary education by betterment of productivity of women and through boosting the standard of living of their families, enabling them to access the required skill, technology, cooperative management. And improving the female labor force participation rate, the sex ratio at birth and infant mortality rate. Like policy action should be focusing on the needs and requirements of marginal sections to provide maternal and child health services in India targeted at educating marginalized communities regarding the significance of maternal and child health services, including vaccination, antenatal and postnatal checkups. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
We wish you all the success.
Thank you,
and
sir.
happy Maha Shivaratri and International Women's Day to you and your family.
Thank you, sir.
So we'll move on quickly to next presentation. Pradeep, are you available? Christina, you have raised your hand. Can you present? Yeah. You can unmute yourself, start your video, Christina.
Hi, good evening, everyone.
Good evening. Happy International Women's Day.
Thank you, Dr. Ravindra. Thank you, everyone. Our participants, presenters, thank you very much. I am pleased to say happy International Women's Day. My name is Christiana Kigun from Nigeria. I'm a practicing mental health social worker. I am proud to be a woman, and I'm happy to be in attendance today for this very impactful and educative session. I just want to reiterate here that women may the least places are where they should occupy. But I'm happy to hear from our presenters. I'm happy to know that those narratives are changing. The thing that used to be said or believed to be true of women is also changing. Take, for instance, my culture here in Nigeria never believed that women should be, women deserve any form of education other than a basic education of knowing how to take care of themselves, how to take care of the homes, how to take care of children and nothing more. And the formal education was seen to be that of, seen to be a thing for the male folks or the male gender. But we now have women in high places. We have women occupying great places, and we presently the voices of women are considered in major decision making in the world all over, not just in my country. So I'm very pleased today, and I have been celebrating the day very well, and I have been proud to speak to know that the women are termed one of the most important beings created by God. And you know, one of the speakers said that when you educate a male, or when you educate a man, you educate an individual. And when you educate a female or a woman, you educate a nation. It is very important because the women have the task and responsibility to tutor their offsprings. They are the first contact points with their children. And the basic learning of life begins between the mother, from the mother to the child before they begin to go to school. So I am happy to say that commemorating the International Day of Women is something that I am very pleased with, and I'm happy it is happening. And there are still women in the world that have believed the lie told to them about who they are, their places, and where they should be functioning or where they should be seen. And there's this also general notion that women are supposed to be seen, not to be heard, but that is a lie. Because women have a lot to contribute, women have a lot to bring to the fore that enhances or enforces development. Thank you very much thank you very much to the organizers, first of all, of this important occasion. And thank you, Dr. Ravindra, for always giving us a platform to learn and exchange ideas. And I pray that more of these commemorations and celebrations will continue to be. Thank you very much. Thank you, the presenters. I have learned a lot. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Christina, all the way joining from Nigeria. And we wish you happy Shivaratri to all of you, and happy International Women's Day to all our country fellow members. We wish you all the success.
Thank you very much.
We'll be moving on to our next presenters. We will just check if any of previous presenters who missed are still available. Jaya Mukherjee, if you are available, you can raise your hand. Pradeep, Dilumi Medani, Shivarshan, Amrapali Bose, Akshata, Sama Shilpa. Any one of you, if you are available, you can raise your hand. We have called you earlier also. Okay, whenever you are ready for presentation, you can just let us know in chat box. So next we have with us Virendra Kumarji.
Thank you, sir. I'm logged in from 2 devices, so I'll be using my mobile phone for audio and laptop for presentation, so that all the participants can use. clearly on whatever device they are. Thank you, sir. I've got this on laptop.
Sir, now you can switch on. Your voice is quite low, sir.
Okay. Maybe because of distance from the mic. Is it all right now?
Still it's same. Maybe you can carry your mic closer to mouth, or you can try increasing the volume.
Yes.
So we have with us Virendra Kumar M. Thakurji from Uttarakhand. He is Assistant Professor, Computer Science Engineering from G.V. Pant Institute of Engineering and Technology, Uttarakhand. He is also advocate and also an RTA resource person from Uttarakhand. And he would be presenting on Women's Reservation Bill 2023. Check your audio also. I can't hear you. In the meanwhile, after this presentation, any other presenters are willing to present, kindly share your details in the chat box. We request everyone, those who have not presented but are present in the platform, to utilize this opportunity. Every day we see so many challenges and we see so many issues. And we also see, explore various solutions. So you can talk in 2 or 3 minutes in brief. If you are not comfortable talking for longer time, but utilize this opportunity, this platform on this wonderful occasion. Yes, sir, you can share again.
Yes. Now it's over. This is my another mobile. Is the audio quality good, sir?
Yeah, this one is good. Now it's good.
Okay. Yes. I will switch over to another mobile. Second one. Okay. And now I'm connected from. I hope you are able to see my presentation also. I'll make it shareable again because it also got disconnected in the meanwhile. Yes, I've got sharing rights here, and let me check. It is appearing on my mobile, so I hope it would be visible to all the participants also.
Yes, sir, it's visible.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much. So happy International Women's Day to all the participants. Today we shall see very important legislative development in 2023. Actually, it's not a bill, rather it's now an act. So this bill has been passed after a long wait of more than 16 years. Earlier it was introduced in 2008 and even before that. So it is just a small act of just 6 sections. Before that, I'll give brief introduction from one of my earlier presentations, why there is need for separate laws for women and why do we need reservation for women. So it is actually consequence of adverse gender ratio. So this is a big sociological and criminological problem. And if we see the gender ratio in India, actually there was no census in 2021. But it is estimated that approximately there are 1083 male to 1000 female, or we can put it the other way, 1000 male to 923 females. Approximately it comes to 52 by 48%. It may seem quite insignificant, just 2%. What difference does it make? But these are following main implications, and some of them are really very serious. Firstly, marriage squeeze is a very difficult problem in most of the Asian countries. So approximately 717 million males minus 662 million females. See, this is what it becomes when we consider that gender ratio. So that is 5.5 crore males will not find females to marry. Now that is what gives rise to many serious problems in Asia, particularly in India, China, Nepal, and many other countries. So it is 5.5 crore males will not be able to marry. Second one is rise in sexual offenses. So now sex is a biological need like food, hunger, sleep, thirst. So just like that, when it is denied for a long time, it results into sexual starvation. And sexual starvation of approximately 5.5 crore males makes about 66.2 crore females unsafe of all the ages. So this is another cause, or one of the major causes of rise in sexual offenses. Next, we see increase in homosexuality among males. So this trend has happened, and even there is demand for legalizing it. That is section 1, this 377 of IPC has been abolished. Even now the Bharatiya Nyaya Sanhita 2023 has completely removed this section, and that will come into force from 1st July 2024. So even after the recommendation of the parliamentary committee, this section has been completely removed, and Supreme Court has already decriminalized partially among consenting adults in September 2018. Earlier there was 10 years punishment in India for that. So the laws differ in different countries regarding this. The fourth consequence is inadequate representation. So if we consider that voting age of 18 years, so just because of this 5.5 crore less females, the votes of females are reduced to about 3.70 crores. That is, crore is 10 million. So it becomes them further, as there is demand for more reservation for females everywhere, particularly in parliament and assemblies. And this is the reason why this Women's Reservation Act has been passed recently in September. A special session of parliament was called for that. There was reluctance earlier to give them even 33% reservation, when actually it should be proportionate or at least 50%. So this representation, if we consider the number, so it should be, say, equitable or equal or proportionate, but it was, even there was reluctance to give it 33%, although in local bodies reservations, we have this reservation up to 50%. The next is rise in human trafficking and extramarital affairs and prostitution. So wife sharing system will increase, like in Nepal it is predicted. Prostitution will also increase, and there is already demand for legalizing it, so that there is better protection from AIDS, as well as there could be taxation also. So there are demands for legalizing it, and this is another, say, adverse consequence of adverse gender ratio. And next we see dowry system decline. That is, dowry system is where relatives of women have to give some money while marrying to the bridegroom. So dowry system will gradually disappear in future. In India, we have dowry prohibition at 1961, but the system is gradually reducing, and it has been found that now it will completely disappear, and it may even actually become reverse. That is, men will have to give dowry to families of females for marrying them in future. So the Law Commission and the Supreme Court have talked about misuse of only section 498, cruelty by husband and their relatives. So it has been found in India from authentic figures that this section has been most abused section, and more than 90% cases have been found fake. And the report of Law Commission has been accepted by the Supreme Court, but it is only one section that is being misused. That does not mean that we don't need other laws for women. So there is also no need to convert misuse of a single section of IPC into debate on other laws, which are all necessary for protection of women and children. Here we shall not see the long list of laws that are necessary for women. But we should not convert this into a gender war. So everybody will appreciate the gravity and seriousness of this problem. And there is no need to convert this into a debate or gender war of superiority or inferiority of one gender over the other, or decry or denounce it as a feminist view. So it is not a question of who is superior. It is rather question of equality and whether we are able to recognize that equality. Now, if we are focusing on one problem here, that is inadequate representation of women. So if the goal of gender equality is to be really achieved, then it can be concluded that reservation for women in India is neither proportionate. We have already seen it is 52%, 48% population wise. So if it is proportionate representation, it would have been 48%. If it would have been equal, it would have been 50%. And if it would have been equitable, then it would have been 52%. But it is neither 48 nor 50 nor 52%. But the beginning has been made. Now, 33% seats will be reserved, and the implementation will start soon after the delimitation commission. So in say stronger words, it can be said that women representation in politics in India is disproportionate, unusual, unequal and inequitable. Now, if the goal of jiski jitni hissedari, uski utni bhagidari, so it means in English proportionate representation in accordance with the population numbers. So if that is to be achieved, the bill needs to be passed to bring gender equality for participation of women in politics, society and economic spheres. So we shall see the government has recently brought a very long-awaited bill on 19 September 2023. So the Constitution Amendment Act, that is the Constitution itself has been amended because there are many fundamental changes in many, say, provisions. So particularly the seats in parliament and assemblies and even Delhi Assembly. So they have introduced 128th Amendment Bill. Actually, there is slight change in numbers when we consider the bills and the acts. So when it becomes an act, the number has now become 106th Amendment Act. That is because all the bills that are brought are not passed and some of them lapse and many of them are not made act. So in Lok Sabha, this was brought by the Law Minister Arjun Ram Meghwal to amend the Constitution of India. The constitutional bill was introduced and it was called Nari Shakti Vandan Adhiniyam, that is respecting the power of women. That is the name, or we can say nickname given to it. The official name is Constitution 106 Amendment Act. It aims to promote women-led development, resulting in substantial improvement in financial independence of women and availability of equal access to education and health. So it is projected, or say it is done with the aim that if this is done, then it would lead to, say, gender equality in matters of education and health also. So that's why this reservation is done. Now the objective is to enable greater participation in public representative in policy making at state and national level. Earlier, we already have this at, say, village level, but now this bill is for assembly and parliament. So a fresh legislation for constitutional amendment to provide for 1/3 of total status in the House of People, the Legislative Assembly for every state, and Legislative Assembly of the National Capital Territory of Delhi, NCT, to be reserved for women. NCT has a special status. It's a union territory, but we have there an assembly and a chief minister. So Delhi and Puducherry, these are two different union territories having slightly different status from other territories. Then the proposal amendment in the constitution. So the first change that is done is Article 239AA, Clause 2BA should be inserted, which will reserve seats for women in the Assembly of NCT. And 1/3 of seats reserved for scheduled caste, scheduled tribes in Assembly of NCT will be reserved for women. That is, the caste ratio has not been changed. 1/3 of total number of seats to be filled by direct election in Assembly of NCT will be reserved for women, including number of women belonging to SCs. And Article 330A is another major change that will be inserted, which will reserve seats for women in the House of People or Lok Sabha. This is another important change. Then we see another change is 332A, new article has been inserted. And in 332A, clause 2, this will be inserted to reserve seats for women in assembly of every state. So we have assemblies in all the states, and there will be 1/3 reservation in all the state assemblies also. That's why it requires constitution amendment. So Act will expire after a period of 15 years from the date of commencement. So this is just on experimental basis, we can say, for 15 years. So for 15 years, Act will remain in force after it comes in force. And rotation of seats will be exercised after delimitation exercise. For the purpose of delimitation, a separate act needs to be passed by the parliament, and that is also 4 times this delimitation has been done to demarcate what will be the reservation for SC, ST. This time that exercise will be done for women, that is, what are the seats that will be demarcated as reserved for women. And last attempt was made in 2010 to introduce women reservation in Lok Sabha and state assemblies, which was passed by Rajya Sabha, but it could not pass the Lok Sabha. So earlier it lapsed in 2010, but this time it has passed both the houses because a special session of parliament was called. So we can summarize: Constitution 128th Amendment Bill to 2023 was introduced, and it seeks to reserve seats for women in Lok Sabha and state legislative assemblies. This is a major enactment that is done in 2023. So Lok Sabha is our house of people. State legislative assemblies, we have unicameral and bicameral houses, and then legislative assembly of NCT of Delhi. So this bill makes reservation 1/3 for this. Additionally, this reservation will also extend to the seats reserved for SCs and STs in the Lok Sabha and state legislative assemblies. So this has been done so that their existing percentage won't change. So just so that we have an equitable and all-inclusive society, this SC and ST percentage has not been changed. Then reservation will be effective. When will this act come into force? So once the census conducted after the commencement of this bill has been published. So this census would take at least a few months exercise, maybe 3 to 6 months. And it has not yet been done because of the pandemic in 2021, although normally it is done every 10 years in India. So once it is done and the figures are published, so based on the census, then the Delimitation Act will be passed. And then the delimitation will be undertaken to reserve seats for women. And this will be provided for a period of 15 years, and it will continue till such that as determined by law made by parliament. That is, maybe the parliament can extend it for in future also from time to time. Now there will also be concept of rotation of seats. That is, seats reserved for women will be rotated after each delimitation as determined by law made by parliament. That is, whenever there is change. So after delimitation, that is depending on maybe number of women every 10 years, these seats may be rotated, and this rotation may be done, and delimitation may be done maybe say every 5 years or 10 years. So these seats will be rotated. So these are just the 6 sections. Actually, it is the number is 124A of 2023, and be it enacted by Parliament in the 74th year of the Republic of India as follows. This act may be called the Constitution 106 Amendment Act 2023, and it shall come into force on such date that the central government may by notification in the official gazette appoint. The first second section makes amendment to Article 239AA of the Constitution. So after subclause B, the new clause BA is added. Seats shall be reserved for women in the Legislative Assembly of the NCT of Delhi, and as nearly as maybe 1/3 of the seats reserved for the scheduled caste in Legislative Assembly of the NCT of Delhi shall be reserved for women. That is, we can say reservation within reservation, so that the actual percentage of SC does not change. So these 2 clauses have been added. Then BC, another clause within same article 239A, as nearly as maybe 1/3 of the total number of seats to be filled by direct election in the Legislative Assembly of the NCT of Delhi, including the number of seats reserved for women belonging to the scheduled caste, shall be reserved for women in such manner as Parliament may by law determine. since it's a union territory, so Parliament is competent to make law. And insertion of another article, that is 330A. So reservation of seats for women in the House of the People, that is Lok Sabha. So seats shall be reserved for women in the House of the People, and as nearly as maybe 1/3 of the total number of seats reserved for the under clause 2 of Article 330 shall be reserved for women belonging to the scheduled caste or scheduled tribe. Language is almost same as we have seen in the previous article. Now it is for Lok Sabha. As nearly as maybe 1/3, including the number of seats reserved for women belonging to the scheduled caste and the scheduled tribes of the total number of seats to be filled by direct election to the House of the People shall be reserved for women. So this is, say, another important provision. Then we have 3 more sections in this. It is a small act of 6 sections only. The 4th section says after 332A of the 332 of the Constitution, following article shall be inserted. So now we have a new article 332A in the Constitution. Seats shall be reserved for women in the Legislative Assembly of every state. Earlier we have seen for NCT of Delhi, then we have seen for Lok Sabha. Now it is for all states. So as nearly as maybe 1/3 of the total number of seats reserved under clause 3 of Article 332 shall be reserved for women belonging to the scheduled caste or scheduled tribe. And as nearly as maybe 1/3, including the number of seats reserved for women belonging to the scheduled caste and scheduled tribes of the total number of seats to be filled by direct election in the Legislative Assembly of every state shall be reserved for women. Now, which seats shall be reserved, that shall be decided by the Delimitation Commission, which will say they also have the powers to change the borders, or they will actually operate as per the bill that will be passed by the Parliament, and we can say their terms of reference or the mandate that will be given to them by the Parliament. And then we have 5th section. So after 334 article, the following article shall be inserted, that is 334A. So notwithstanding anything in the foregoing provision of this part or part 8, the provisions of the Constitution relating to the reservation of seats for women in the House of the People, the Legislative Assembly of a state, and the Legislative Assembly of the NCT of Delhi shall come into effect after an exercise of delimitation is undertaken for this purpose, after the relevant figures for the first census taken after commencement of the Constitution, that is 106 Amendment Act 2023, have been published, and shall cease to have effect on the expiration of a period of 15 years from such commencement. However, the Parliament may extend it, so subject to the provisions of Articles 239A, 333A, and 332A. These are the 3 new articles inserted. Seats reserved for women in the House of the People, the Legislative Assembly of a state, and the Legislative Assembly of the NCT of Delhi shall continue till such date as the Parliament may by law determine. This subsection, that is 5.2, gives the Parliament the power to extend the date beyond 15 years if required from time to time. And then rotation. So these seats shall not be fixed, but depending on number of women and maybe findings of the Delimitation Commission. So rotation of seats reserved for women in the House of the People, the Legislative Assembly of a state, and the Legislative Assembly of the NCT of Delhi shall take effect after each subsequent exercise of delimitation as the Parliament may by law determine. So Parliament type of enabling provision, from time to time it can pass such acts every 5 years or 10 years to revise the rotation. And nothing in this article shall affect any representation in the House of the People, the Legislative Assembly of a state, or the Legislative Assembly of the NCT of Delhi until the dissolution of the then existing House of the People, Legislative Assembly of a state, or the Legislative Assembly of the NCT of Delhi. So this is very important provision that we have elections every 5 years in India, and the dates are not same because there are some elections sometimes in Lok Sabha, sometimes in some other state, and different states have different dates. So whenever their present house is dissolved, after that the new delimitation will be applicable. That means the date of applicability will be different for different states, and that will be, we can say, election time. So at the time of next election, this date will be different for different states as well as for the Lok Sabha. And the amendments made to the Constitution by the Constitution, this is the last section of this Act. 106 Amendment Act 2023 shall not affect any representation in the House of the People, the Legislative Assembly of a state, or the Legislative Assembly or the NCT of Delhi until the dissolution of the House of the People, the Legislative Assembly of a state, or the Legislative Assembly of the NCT of Delhi, as the case may be, is in existence at the commencement of this Act, of the said Act. So this will not affect the present constitution of any of these until they are dissolved first. So this is, we can say, saving provision. Earlier we have seen that dates could be different for different assemblies. So these are the main provisions, and now I'll go to the last one. And finally, I thank the Holistic Health Foundation of India and SHHFI for inviting me for this presentation. This was a very important legislative development of 2023. And if any participant from the audience has any questions, I'd be glad to answer that. Any questions, sir? I'm thankful to participants, thankful to Dr. Ravindra sir for giving me this opportunity to make this presentation.
Thank you, Virendra Kumarji, for your short and insightful presentation. And we wish you all the success, and we extend our wishes and greetings of Maha Shivaratri and also International Women's Day to you and your family. Wish you all the success.
International Women's Day to all. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Now we'll move on to our next speaker, Dr. Chandrakala Diyali. She is Senior Assistant Professor from Amity University, Noida.
Thank you, Ravindra sir. I would like to keep this off. It's little quite late. It's almost 11 o'clock. So I congratulate each and every woman who have participated today on this great occasion of International Women's Day 2024. And then I would like to even congratulate all the men who have presented today and are participating today, in order to vouch for giving dignity and rights and, reverence to the women in totality, irrespective of the fact whether she is, within the domain of the family or outside of it as a professional, and the meaning, of being a woman inside the house or outside is attached if she's respected in any form, as a mother, attending mother, and somebody who's given up on career, and somebody who's sacrificed, for her children well-being and good upbringing. Women who has taken sabbatical, because she felt that job is not so necessary at this point of time, then motherhood, until the child becomes big enough to look after himself or herself. So, or a professional who, never look back and then ready to go head on and then, take a stride to kind of go ahead as a professional. And she is being supported by the social systems that she has, the family system. So hats off to those men who are enabling their women to be part of the professional arena. So, before I begin with my presentation, so it's going to be very short. So I would just touch upon few pointers. So International Women's Day 2024 this year, the theme is Invest in Women, Accelerate Progress. So, I was just thinking as what do I really focus on and all, because I was about to go for my class when I had to fill up this form, and I was like, what do I present on? So I just filled up, women paving for the way to a sustainable and Vikshit Bharat. So today, in the morning, when I was just looking into things and all, so, I felt like without a sapling, a big tree would not give a shade, So sapling has been planted, it has been deeply planted, and roots have been formed. And today we as Indian women have emerged as very powerful partner, in the economy, in the social arena, in the political arena, and spiritual arena, and so many environmental, as an environmental activist and all. So like Vandana, so that way, somebody has planted a sapling. So who are those great women in the past who have paved the way towards sustainable Bharat and Vikshit Bharat of today? But very sad to even highlight that, yes, it's a Vikshit Bharat. We are heading towards Vikshit Bharat, but there are a lot of challenges, that we are facing today. And if we take example of, the human and nature, nature we are not able to take care because we are on the race for greatest and great development. And when it comes to development, it is more to do with infrastructural development, economy, the dollar, the money, part of it. So, yes, there are women, strong women like Vandana, Shiva and all, who are struggling to let the women instill that faith in them that they are supposed to be the front runner in, in environmental, striking a balance between the development and environment as well. So in this scenario, in this very dynamic, very confusing, very, very, dichotomic or contradictory situation, I would like to ponder upon the women who are neglected, women who are vulnerable, women who are discriminated. I would like to bring up their sacrifice. I want to highlight their contribution. I would like to highlight, their sacrifice in order to bring the woman of today, so they were the ones who planted the sapling. So I would like to first take the name of Nangeli. Nangeli, actually, she was a Dalit woman who was a rebel, who was a born rebel, and she was the one who fought against the caste-based oppression. And they used to be for this because of the because of this discrimination, because of this atrocities on Dalits, and because of this what do I say, discrimination, atrocities and oppression against Dalit, the one system was created. Some system was constructed in the past, and that system is known as Mulakaram. Mulakaram is like, the kind of system where the Dalit woman, in order to portray them as uncivilized, in order to portray them as distinct women than the other, higher Varna women, they were made to open up their chest part. They were not allowed to wear the dress. And she was not ready to do that. She said, why would not we save our dignity? Because these are our private things. So she said, I am going to fight against it. And those days, they used to have this mulakaram, that is breast tax. If any of the Dalit woman opens, covers her chest part, would be levied taxes. So it was just a construction, social construction, where they want to maintain the caste system and discriminate on that basis. So and just to have them easily identifiable also, and their dress should not be common to the dresses of high varna. So what happened was, she did not have any way out than to give up on her, on her breast itself. So this tax collector, they knocked the door one day, and then she came out, and she came out all covered, and she said, since you've been defying the law against the Dalit, that you had to not cover it and keep it open. You have to be savage in your living. So in that case, she had covered it, and she said, if I have to keep this my chest part open, then I would rather chop it and then die forever. So she was the one rebel person who just opened her chest, and then she chopped her breast, and then she presented her breast on the leaf. So that was so shocking for the taxpayer, and that led to many women, Dalit women, doing so. And when the worst happens, then there is always a big change that is awaited. So there must have been divinely intervention. It must have awakened the Shiva. Why I would like to take Shiva's name is, today is Shivaratri, Ardhanareeswara. So in 1924, the same breast tax was repealed, and it is that, and it led to the repeal of a big taxation on Dalit women. And her act, Nanjali act showed that she was from South India, and it just showed her share, she was shared source of inspiration for the Dalit women, and she was an epitome to fight against the injustice and not to tolerate any atrocities, any injustices, and she just let her breast, the chopped breast, be presented to the taxpayer, the tax collector, on the plantain leaf, and then and there she collapsed and died. So she, her death was a symbol against the atrocities, against the injustice, and in favor of dignity of women. So that is what is Nanjali, a Dalit woman, did in order to portray the strength of the women. Today, when we are talking about, a dress code for women, when we are talking about indecent dresses and all, I would like to just highlight that the dresses of women should be such, it should show her potentiality, the innate strength, dignity, than the revelation of her flesh, revelation of her skin. So I firmly believe that. I teach the same to my daughters, and I've been taught with the same lesson, and I'm safe and I am dignified. So that is my strong viewpoint, whether you like it or not. Next is Uda Devi, she was the warrior in the, and when we are talking about injustices is happening till today. Even though we have given a pran pratishtha to Rama in the mandir, the construction, the social, that is all social construct. Rama had been, very recently in Hindu newspaper, it had come, Rama is a philosophy. It is not a human being. It is not a prince. It is not a king. It is not Sita's husband. Rama is the virtue, the value system, the dignity of a man, who respect the righteous ways, So that is what, and without men, woman has, woman is empty somehow. So I would want the society to strike balance and have a parity and have a combination of strong manhood and womanhood, the masculinity and feminine, values of, human itself. So when two join together, two are partners, two are for each other, two are, sacrificing for each other, then comes the strength and dignity of sustainability, So Uda Devi, I talked about, she was a warrior in Indian rebel of 1857, and she fought against the British East India Company. She was the one who approached Begum Hazrat Mahal and enlisted herself as a warrior and help her in forming a women battalion under her command. And she belonged to, again, Dalit caste, and that is Pasi, and she and many Dalit sisters of hers, as a soldier, she and combination of many Dalit sisters, they joined together like Jhankar, Bai and Mahabiri Devi, they are remembered as Viraginis, female warrior of valor. So they are revered as upholder of justice, equality, and resilience. So, in the face of darkest history, where the country was, occupied, or country was already taken away by the Britishers, taken away by many invaders, they were a group of Dalit women. They came out as a warrior, a fearless warrior, and they fought till their last breath. And along with Jhansi Ki Rani, only in the history Jhansi Ki Rani is being taught. But today, even history has injustices. History does not talk about this, Viranginis. These are Dalit female warriors of valor, who stood against injustices, inequality, and they showed the true resilience. That is Uda Devi, right? Next is Jhalkari Bai. Jhalkari Bai we have already seen in Manikarnan, Manikarnika, the Queen of Jhansi. Ankita Lokhandia had played this role of Jhalkari Bai. Jhalkari Bai was so strong and brave. She was the one who let Jhansi Ki Rani, flee away from her palace, because, when Britishers had already occupied her fort, and they had already surrounded her fort, that time Jhalkari Bai, the Dalit woman, she came in the forefront, in front of the strong soldiers of Britishers, and she was the one to confront them as in disguise of the queen, Jhansi Ki Rani. That is not being explained in our history books. So Jhalkari Bai, as Dalit woman, she came in the front, she disguised as Jhansi, Jhansi ki Rani, and she fought against the soldiers, and she did the fight till her end, movement, and that is the epitome of strength of a woman when she's able to confront the strongest soldiers, strongest army men, with the weapons and best of the weapons and all. She did not fear. She did not, she did not break the trust of the queen. She was, she as an assistant, she was one of those, very brave, and she was one of the companion, and even she was political advisor, as a Dalit woman. I mean, who could think that Jhansi ki Rani would have, Jhalkari Bai as a Dalit woman to advise her politically? So that has never been explained in our history book, and she was the one who epitomizes the bravery, the resilience, So if today's women can take the lessons from her life, that how she fought in the fierce war, then we would be able to, source a lot of confidence in us, and we would be able to go ahead to, fulfill the 17, or realize the 17 goals that we have set till 2030, and one of those one of those brave women, I feel, is Vandana Shiva, who is really going against all this food industry and international forum she's going to, and she's speaking the truth in order to let the let the woman or the countrymen or the whole world to know that what is the right way to eat, what is the right food to eat. She is the one who's going against the bad food, the high yielding varieties of food, GM varieties of genetically modified varieties of food, which is going to bring a lot of disruption in the biodiversity in the environment. So I can see in her the Jhalkari Bai. So yes, she must have got strength from all these women, being a Dalit, being discriminated, being insulted, being not regarded. If she could have that strength to confront the war, against the strongest Britishers, then anybody could do anything in today's time when we require women to march ahead. And the other one is Dakshayani Valayudan. These are all South Indian women, So she was the first woman and only Dalit women who got elected to the Constituent Assembly. And according to 1934 report by K.P. Karapkupan, who fought for their rights, the men and women of the Palayan community, she belonged to this Palayana village, and these Palayana village belonged to all the Dalit people. So, from there she emerged, and, during that time, the Dalits were not given access to public roads, public wells, public markets, government schools, even hospitals, they were not given access to. And they could not even, as rightly when we talked about, the first woman, Nangeli, they were not allowed to wear the clothes on their upper part. That time she was the first woman to kind of go against head on and then wear the clothes, have an access to government school, and being graduated from government, college. And she was the first girl from her Palaya community to wear dress. And receive the degree from government school. So, I mean, she was the first one to have really break free from that prejudice, and then go ahead to be part of the Constituent Assembly. She was undeterred by such such a discrimination. So she was state first Dalit woman to earn a degree and take part in movements against the abolition, for the abolition of caste slavery, in order to instill the equality and democratization of public areas. So she was the one who was nominated to Cochin Legislative Council in 1942 and presented her first statement in the council in 1945, condemning untouchability and inhumanness. So, at the age of 34 years, she was the first and only Dalit woman from her village to be elected as India's assembly in 1946. So India's assembly in 1946, that means she was part of the cabinet as well. So such is the legacy of women, as strong women. If she is willing to, if she gets rid of her own inhibition, and if she breaks free from the barriers that has been constructed by society, she could be, any women can do that. The barrier that are, unrealistic barriers that are being set by the society, they can break free and go ahead to achieve their goals. But in achieving the goals and fulfilling her wish, she has to be even reminded of the fact that we have a social system, we have a very strong social system, value system, ethics, that needs not to be broken, that need not to be condemned. And within the framework of social system, within the framework of good norms of the society, which is not which would not have any adverse effect on the downtrodden ladies or Dalit women. They can break free and then break the barriers and go ahead as a strong women. So when I'm explaining about this Dakshayani, I can only think about Mary Kom, coming from the ST background, coming from that small state, coming from that tribal background. She has, she's the mother of 3 children, even though she had a lot of adversities, a lot of economical problem, and a lot of societal, restriction, a lot of pressure of marriage, pressure of being a caretaker for her husband and children and all. In the face of adversities, she won a lot of medals and highly acclaimed medals and all. She got L'Oreal for the country, and she is epitomized the Indian strongest woman when we talk about in the field of sports. So yes, women can do it and break free. So another person I can talk about is Savitribai Phule. Savitribai Phule was born in the era where the girls were not allowed. She was the girls were not allowed to go to the school, allowed to come out and play with the boys. They had a lot of restriction, unrealistic restriction. And they were married off as a child, child brides, young, child marriages and all. They used to be hooked up, for, and if their boy or the groom dies, little earlier, then then they would have to lead a very, very pathetic life. You know, they had to shave off their hair and all that. So you know, this Savitribai Phule saw a lot of atrocities and biasness and a lot of cruelty done on women during that time, you know, on the girls. A lot of restrictions were there. They could not go to the Gurukula and, you know, learn any kind of, you know, game, sports, or even study. They could not have access to the schools and all. Only the boys were allowed. So during that time, she's the first female teacher in India, you know, in 1848. So she was the one who opened a school for girls with her husband, and we know him so well, Jyotibai Phule. And she belonged to Maharashtra, you know. She was a social worker, poet, and a very, very active teacher who participated in women liberation movement. And as I already told you, she was first women teacher, and you know, very, very strong you know, statement she had given. You know, I would like to let everyone what kind of statement Savitribai Phule had given. And she was again Dalit women. Today I'm focusing my, you know, presentation on Dalit women and their contribution in the history of our India, and leading us towards sustainable or Bikshit Bharat, you know, in order to inspire us, in order to pull our strength from all these women. So Savitribai Phule, you know, in order to just encourage the participants, you know, she said, education is the key to unlock the door of opportunity for everyone. That means education is very important. So hello all ladies who are participating here. So, you know, no matter what have been the barriers and all, these days open schools are there, these days open universities are there, distant courses are there, sitting at your cozy atmosphere in your homes. You know, I go for sessions. I'm part of IGNOU. I've been part of IGNOU also since 2003. You know, I was a counselor there, and I'm still being invited for many sessions, and you know, many of their field work and all that, you know, in the MSWC counseling and all. So you know, so that has, you know, and I know most of my students are married, and they are having children, small babies. They are taking care of their husband, they are taking care of the husband businesses, and you know, they are taking care of their in-laws, you know, ailing in-laws, palliative care they are into and all, for their in-laws, their parents and all. So we can drive you know, strength from Savitri Phule, the Dalit woman who confronted the society norms, and she went ahead not only to educate herself, but and being facilitated by a husband, Jyotibai Phule. See, if the strength of the women, it comes from, you know, like the, you know, Shakti's strength is Shiva. Same way, you know, the woman has to be given strength by their fathers, by their brothers, by their husbands, so, and their sons. So yes, and she I think she is the only woman who has talked about laziness. Laziness, you know, it is she said, you know, in her poetry, that it is enemy of knowledge, wealth, honor. Lazy person gets none of it, you know. So I mean, if you are lazy, you will be deprived of knowledge. If you are lazy, you are deprived of wealth. If you are lazy, you are deprived of honor. So you know, education is a great equalizer and take us out of our cares, you know. So that means caves, sorry. Education is great equalizer and take us out of our caves, right? So she talks about you know, education, the strength of education, the strength of you know, I mean, that's for the reason, you know, one of the Dalit little boy who faced a lot of atrocities and all, during his prime time, because he was so brilliant and he really wanted to study and bring change, when he never realized that why he is not served the water in the school, and he doesn't get any access to into the classroom teaching and all that. He was deprived of the equality, he was discriminated, he was humiliated, he was not given water to drink and all. During that time, he went ahead to study outside of this class, and he used to attend the lecture of the teachers outside. And looking into his dedication, his teacher gave him the title, and then Ambedkar, and then he went to become the chairperson of the Constitution, the greatest constitution of the world, that is Indian Constitution. And he was the chairperson behind, and he educated himself so much to be the leader in the legal system. So today, any legislation, any planner, any executive member, everybody has to refer to the body of law, and that is the Constitution. So if education could do this to men, women, should come forward, irrespective of the fact that there is discrimination against certain section of the population. There are discrimination based on even gender, able body and disabled body, discrimination, atrocities, prejudices are there against, certain races and all. We are not supposed to focus on all those. Those are not being created by divine. Those are not Ramanical, those are not, Ramanical in nature. Those are all constructed by human being in order to help certain section of the people to go ahead and achieve and, have a strong hold. So something that is not constructed or not divinely constructed should be broken, should be crumbled down, and should be broken with shared strength and dignity through education. That's for the reason we require women to come in the forefront in order to instill faith in each woman. If Dalit women during those time could do so much, today's women can do so much to change the fortune of India, to make the great Bharat, a Vikshit Bharat in true sense. And how should we make the country a Vikshit Bharat? By having education, but not only education, quality of education. Second is, not only having healthcare measures, but quality healthcare measures where reproductive health is being taken care, where child and, mothers are being taken, care by primary healthcare, secondary healthcare, tertiary healthcare. We should have some schemes. There are things in place, but proper monitoring has to be there. When we are implementing such schemes, ensure that those schemes, services would cater to the poorest of the poor, the downtrodden, the, Dalits who are still succumb because of the social system, because of the social construct. And now I talked about education, health. Another is, spirituality. Spirituality is different than religion. Entry into the mandir is not going to make one holy. Otherwise Rama, a great Lord Rama, wouldn't have killed Ravana, who was the greatest bhakta of Shiva, Why he killed? He never went and killed some other religious person or person of any religion. He killed the Shiva Bhakta. Why? Because virtues were not there. The value system was not there in him. The righteousness was not followed by him. So hence spirituality is, changing the way of life. If you want casteism to go away, change your fortune by working hard, gaining the education right, by gaining the working very, very hard, get rid of laziness, come ahead, make best use of the time, instead of fighting back what has already happened. We can make it happen in future. So sustainability comes, and for Viksit Bharat is enabled by women. Like Vandana Shiva is doing great work in order to balance the development, or in order to strike a balance between development and the environmental planning. In order to, for me, my message is, when I was a young girl, that time 45% of the forest cover was the national average. But today it has tapered down to 21%. Who's going to voice only the tribal, in Bihar kind of place, in Rajasthan kind of place, in Uttarakhand kind of place, the tribal women are going ahead to, hug the trees and, reinforce their rights on the forest, the community forest they are trying to take. So women has a lot of role to play like this. And another thing is, and it has the Chipko movement was popularized not because of the leader, but because of the involvement of women. So why? Because wherever there is a change, and at the back there is a strong voice of women, there is a strong step of women, there is a strong, if the family is happy, sound, strong, that means somewhere down the line there is a strong women at the back. The man is successful in the family because there is strong women at the back. So, and another thing is environment. I have talked about spirituality. I've talked about economic. Now, see, how are we supposed to make the women, the downtrodden women, stronger, is by giving them their, or by facilitating them, or giving them the right and opportunity to, replenish their crafts, revamping on their skills, like weavers class, those painters, those skillful laborers and all. We've got to, revive their occupation back in order to help them to, economically be vibrant, So, and cottage industry should be, small industries, or small factories or outlets should be pushed up. And how is it possible? Nowadays we are getting to see Shark Tanks kind of program being popularized. What they are doing, they are bringing in the middle class, lower middle class women on the forefront. If they have talent, skill, creativity, they are coming ahead. MSME is working very vibrantly in the nook and corner of the country in order to bring out the creativity and skills of the woman. Another thing I want to talk about is economic. I've talked about. So, I mean, we should rehabilitate the women who are downtrodden, discriminated, who are from a low, Dalit background and all. They should be able to liaison and network, have a network with NGOs and right kind of institute to help them, on microfinancing. Today only, my brother-in-law is a branch manager of SBI. So today in the morning he posted, the speech on women, and he was just, talking about microfinancing. So bank account of every woman above the age of even girl child, you know. I mean, that should be well monitored, that should be opened and regulated well in order to help every woman, every girl, a newborn born girl, to grow as a very, very potential women. So, you know, and I'll talk about now left is what political rights. Now we all know 33% of the reservation is there in the PRI, you know, Panchayati Raj institution. But is this really monitored? Is this properly you know, implemented? Is this being properly you know, practiced, you know? And as per the proportion of the you know, I mean, there is a I mean, there are women, Dalit women's also, whether they are getting their, you know, rights or not, as far as representation in the Panchayati Raj institution, that needs to be taken care by the country, that needs to be taken care at every tier of the governance, you know. So it has basically 3 tiers: Zila and block, and then, you know, village panchayat and all. Every you know, tier should check on that, whether the Dalit women are getting those, you know, representation in the 33% of the women reservation or not. If the Dalits are getting the proper reservation as per the proportion of their population, so that needs to be checked. You know, there are, in the name of caste, religion, they are lynching, there is a lot of killing and all in the name of religion, in the name of Rama. Please do not do that. Rama, you know, Ramayana, that is the philosophy, it is based on values. So my you know, last the ending speech is, when you know, a bird cannot fly, Vivekananda, he says, a bird cannot fly with one wings. We require both the wings. The bird requires both the wings, and the one wing is, you know, this, both the wings are what? One is the man and the other one is woman, that means feminine and the masculinity. So combination of this is going to really make the Bharat a Vikshit Bharat. With this, I end my presentation. Thank you so much, Ravindra sir, for giving me this opportunity to really pour out my knowledge, my you know, my advocacy, and my you know, inner what do I say, inner belief, you know, as far as women are concerned, as far as Dalit women in specific is concerned. With this, I end. Thank you so much, sir. Namaskaram to you and the whole team.
Thank you, ma'am. It was a really insightful session. You have covered in detail about you know, the discrimination that has been happening since independence and pre-independence, and how different you know, initiatives have been taken up by various women, and especially those who have fought for the rights. It was very insightful presentation on and was very apt on this occasion of Women's Day. It was and also you have set the direction that we all need to work together, irrespective of you know, caste, creed, faith, belief systems, because at the end of the day, all of these, you know, advocate for universal human rights, irrespective of anyone belonging to any religion or belief system. We all are human beings, and rights are universal, and cutting across the borders of these, which have been created by the humans. You know, we need to work together to promote gender equality, gender inclusion, That is what more important. Thank you very much for joining us on this occasion, and we wish you happy Shivaratri and also International Women's Day, and we wish you all the success for your future endeavors to you and your family. Thank you once again.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
So, dear friends, we got a very good response within a short span of time after we have decided to celebrate and commemorate International Women's Day. We were also a little bit hesitant that, being a festival, whether we'll be able to really organize and, conduct with all your support this day. But we have seen the timers running in the meeting. It's almost 6 hours. We started at 6 and it's almost, we are coming to close to the end of the day. So you all have been proactively presenting, participating. We have international presenters from Malaysia, Nigeria, and from other counterparts, and even from various states in India. So we should appreciate everyone, each and everyone, and express our gratitude. And we have many presenters who have registered but could not present today. We have almost 325 plus registered participants and presenters all together from various countries, including India. So to provide an opportunity, because we wanted everyone to utilize this platform and make best use of this opportunity. So on request, we are extending this International Women's Day celebrations, and we are also elevating these celebrations to international seminar, 2 days international seminar. So tomorrow also we'll be having from 6 o'clock. You can use the same credentials. Those who have registered need not register again. We will make necessary changes in the form, but that will not affect any of your registration details. We'll make it a 2 days international seminar and celebrations, and it will also help you in your academics and other parts. So we request everyone to join tomorrow also, participants, especially because you are the backbone of any event. Without you, no event can be successful. So, and also the presenters who could not present today, we request everyone to join tomorrow and complete your presentations. So we'll be issuing 2 days certificate instead of 1 day. We'll be issuing you 2 days certificate and the feedback form, because we have seen many has left with permission. So we need to consider that today being festival also, they wanted to spend some time with family also. So we have considered that also. So we are sharing a feedback form. A mail will be sent to you in a couple of minutes from now after closing this meeting. So you will find all the details along with the quiz link. We have a wonderful quiz for everyone. We request everyone to fill and submit the quiz. You will also get insights, and we'll also get a lot of information. So kindly attempt the quiz. You will be getting separate certificate for quiz as well as for participation and presentation. So 3 certificates you can earn, and there are also various other activities, but due to time constraint, we could not take, like there were cultural programs. If possible, if time permits, tomorrow, if anyone wants to perform any cultural activities at the end of all academic sessions, presentations, we can take it up. So we request whoever couldn't present today to utilize this opportunity and spread this message to your other friends also, to utilize this opportunity and be part of International Women's Day celebrations. So I thank all the presenters today, each one by name, and also thank all the participants for making it a grand success, and also extend my wishes, International Women's Day wishes, and also Maha Shivaratri wishes and prayers, and will pray and wish God bless us all with the grace and blessings and abundant resources for our prosperity, health, wealth, and development. So with this, we shall conclude for the day, and we'll be joining tomorrow at 6 o'clock with the same login details. And we are organizing a series of webinars daily. But as part of the webinar series, we are also organizing various workshops, conferences, seminars, symposiums as part of the webinar series only, daily from 6 to 8. And sometimes it gets extended and sometimes we'll close shortly depending on the number of sessions or the length of the session. So we request everyone to utilize this opportunity. And we are also coming up with a compilation of all the, entire series presentations and also participation. So that work is also in process. So soon we will also come up with the compilation of the entire presentations with an ISBN or ISSN, whichever is feasible, with an international publisher. So that process is also on. So we request everyone to utilize this opportunity, even these presentations also. If you can submit your abstracts, full papers, or PPTs, we can also consider this to be part, as we have elevated this celebrations to seminar. We request you to share your PPTs to email ID along with the other details, photograph, so that we can ensure that it is common across all the programs and we have all the data so that we can publish it in the proceedings. So once again, we wish you all happy Maha Shivaratri and International Women's Day. See you all tomorrow at the same time. Take care. Good night.